Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Forever World movie, or supercut, or whatever you want to call it, really. Over the last 10 episodes and 1,000 days in this Minecraft world, we have built a whole lot of stuff. And over the course of those 10 episodes, we have built an entire town. True, there's still more work to do over here, but 1,000 days of work has gone a long way. And on top of all of that, we've actually done all this stuff with early game mechanics. No elytra, no shulker boxes, we only just got mending a couple episodes ago. It's been a bit of a grind. So from day 1 building this starter house right here, to day 1,000 jumping into the end for the very first time, I hope you enjoy my journey through this forever world. And if you like what you see, make sure to subscribe and leave this video running in the background if you're not wanting to watch the entire thing, as it does help my channel immensely. So without further ado, enjoy this Minecraft movie. And no, I'm not talking about the one with Jack Black. You're gonna have to settle for me.
I've been playing hardcore Minecraft for nearly 4 years now, and let me tell you, it is a stressful game mode. You never know when some boneheaded mistake is going to cost you everything. And I've built some pretty impressive things in my hardcore worlds, but I've always felt like I've had to hold back for this very reason. But now, a recent trend has presented me with a solution. Oh man, guys, it's been quite some time since I started a brand new Minecraft world, and I don't mind telling you, I'm excited about this. I know I'm only just breaking my first blocks here, but I already have big plans for this world. But despite having big plans for this world, I still want to make more bite-sized content so that I'm not making these giant mega builds all in one episode. It's a little overwhelming for both you guys and me. But yeah, looking around, this is a pretty solid spawn. We got some bees, we got birch, we got oak, we got spruce, we got a nice little cave here. We got, oh, there's my face. We got everything we're gonna need to get started. The only thing that I don't see that I would really like is sheep. I got chickens, I got cows, but no sheep. Aha! Some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make to be able to sleep the nights away. There we go, let's head back and check out that cave now. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that goes pretty deep, but I got my eyes on the prize. Yeah, that's a little easier to get to. Well, I can see now. Sounds like a lot of skeletons. I should probably find some iron before I figure out where those guys are coming from. Lots and lots of copper, but no iron. I think this area might be a little bit of a bust in terms of easy to access iron, but we got a little bit of coal, so I'll consider it a win. Now, how do I get out? Well, I guess this is the easy answer here. Well, since I got a bit more time before my first night, let's take a little peek around. Ooh, eggs. Sure, now I find all the sheep. Oh man, we got dark oak here too. We are set. I'm actually thinking right here on this little lake might be a nice place for a starter house. Well, I got distracted by some coal, and I lost track of the time, I guess. I guess this cave is refuge for the night. I keep finding lots of copper and coal, but no iron. And with that, we end day 1. Alright, I've pushed a little further inland here, and this scenery is really cool. Maybe we'll move our house more in this way. We'll keep looking around, but right now my goal is to try and find some surface iron so I can make a shield. Once again, coal and copper, but no iron. This world has an iron deficiency. Copper, copper, coal, coal, no iron. I mean, I'll take it, but I want some iron, man. Lo and behold, more coal. We even found emeralds before iron. What is going on? I can't even mine them. Coal, coal, more coal, more coal. Coal. I've used my entire first pickaxe on coal. Okay, now it's just taunting me. Alright, it took me nearly a full Minecraft day, but guess what? I found more coal. There's even more over there. Yes, iron! Finally, it took me so long to find iron. Well, the good news is I won't have a problem smelting it. Alright, here we go. We got our shield now, so I feel comfortable going into cave. Little F5 mishap there. I feel comfortable going into caves. But I found this little cave window here, and guess what I see on the horizon? The answer? More iron. I'll make sure to get all this stuff that I can, since apparently it's a precious commodity on this world. I probably don't need to mine all this coal, but, I mean, the Minecrafter in me is telling me take everything you can.
Well, it's not ideal for a first village, but I'll take it.
Ooh, hay bales. Just gonna yoink everything I can here. Yoink, yoink. Always love finding a village with a bunch of hay bales. Awesome for early game food. And everyone knows that the bed is the most effective tool to break them.
Ooh, some armor. Nice. Cool, we got a farm too, so we can get a bunch of crops.
Alright, this is a pretty sweet vantage point from up here. But yeah, I think we're going to screenshot the chords of this village. That way we can come back and, you know, pick up some of its denizens later on.
Definitely nothing shady there.
Also, cherry blossoms.
Well, my inventory is looking a little full here, so we're going to head back to spawn and set up a starter base.
Oh, I will take some of this, though. Okay, yeah, here's the mountain range again, and the spruce and dark oak forest, which is currently burning down. Amazing.
Well, seeing as though there's a bit of a fire over there, I think right here seems like a good place to settle. Let's just drop a chest and empty our inventory, and I guess we need some stuff to build with. So I'm going to clear the area here and gather some wood, and I will be right back. You know what? I was on my way to grab some spruce wood when this area here caught my eye. I think we can actually make a pretty cool starter base in this little nook in the mountain, so we're going to give that a try. But I still need that spruce wood. Well, I managed to get a few stacks of spruce wood, but let me tell you, that was painful with stone tools, so I think we're in need of an upgrade. We got to get rid of these too. So let's go ahead and gear up here for a dive into the caves. We'll go ahead and use our last 3 iron here to make a pickaxe in case we find something good down there. Now, if I remember correctly, somewhere over here there was a pretty big cave system. Yeah, I think it's right here. Yep, this looks like as good a place as any to start. And we're still kind of in the collect everything you see phase, so I'll take the copper too. That's good experience for smelting. This is really what we're after here. If I can, I'd like to try and get at least a stack. Guess I probably should have come down here with more than one stone pickaxe. Good thing I brought this. Man, I always forget how big copper veins are until I try and mine them with a stone pickaxe. It's a lot of stuff, but it's really painful to do. And I swear, I've hit like a triple vein here or something like that. It's not usually this much. Oh, okay. Well, I'd say that was worth it. I'm still gonna mine the rest of this though. Well, we definitely got enough copper for a while from that. I think we're gonna do the smart move here and condense our inventory a little. Now into this. That's safe, but I do like this stuff. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go make a bucket because I don't see a safe way down here. Oh, but I do see a lot of iron down there. That is a good sign. All right, guess I kind of need that bucket of water now. Oh wow, this cave goes over this way even more too. This is huge. Oh, and I see a way down without that water bucket I got. Well, may as well use it. I will take all of this iron. Thank you very much. Oh, gold. First use of the iron pick. We're fine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you always invest in a shield early on. Ooh, yes please. Oh, we got a mine shaft. That'll probably be on a second run down here. Oh wow, you are fully in gold. And stuck. We'll just leave you there. Man, this cave is so cool. I kind of want to build something down here. We definitely have the space for it. And look at that, we got a geode too. And this is all right by spawn too. We could easily do something with this. Man, and it keeps heading this way too, and we got a giant drop here going all the way down to, ooh, diamonds. I was gonna say let's head back and see if we can find all that iron again, but I kind of want those diamonds. Oh, wait a minute. The diamonds are by what looks like an iron vein. That's a whole bunch of tuff and a whole bunch of iron. Oh, this is a jackpot. But it also looks like it's gonna be incredibly dangerous down here, so we gotta watch out. Ow.
Okay, we're gonna use this creeper to our advantage. There we go. Oh yeah, this is definitely an iron vein. Oh, but I think those are cave spiders. All right, first things first, where's that diamond? Here we go, first diamonds of the server. Wow, you can tell I'm used to playing multiplayer. This is a single player world, not a server. Okay, let's make this place a little safer, and then we will... Oh yes, the iron vein goes up here too. That or it's a separate iron vein. Okay, we are gonna be rich in iron here. Actually, yeah, I think these are 2 separate iron veins. This is awesome. Make that 3. Oh my. Are you serious? Okay, this is pretty sweet. Well, that was a bread fail. But that bread fail has uncovered what looks like yet another iron vein. Alright, I think we're safe enough over here. Let's start digging up some of this iron. Oh boy, they found us. I'm gonna get poisoned here. Yep. To be fair, that was just a horrible shield drop. Okay, clearly we're not quite as safe as I thought, but I'm gonna do something stupid and keep mining anyways. Well, I'd say that was a pretty successful iron vein. I mean, look at how much iron I got from that. And that's just one of the 3 or 4 iron veins that I found around here. I'm going to leave the others for now because I'm not confident taking on the horde of cave spiders that's below the one of them. But I'll be back. For now, let's press on in the cave. I think I saw some diamonds over here. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't like this. Okay, maybe I can get them to shoot each other. Here we go. Perfect. No, don't move. Shoot him. Yes, there we go. Fight, fight, fight. There we go. And now I will take on the victor. And best of all, I will take the spoils. Ah! Oh. Oh, it is getting dangerous over here. I thought that there was something creeping up on me. No, it's just a bunch of fish flopping around on land. Gonna have to abandon this cave soon. I'm down to my last 12 torches here, assuming I don't find more coal, which, I mean, at this level, not very likely. Well, we're down to our last 5 torches here, and I think I've run into a dead end. So, I think this is as good a time as any to get out of here as soon as I get this redstone. Oh, and that diamond. Now, what are the chances I can remember how to get out of here and not have to staircase out? Oh, this is a bit of a hairy situation. I'll just follow the torches as far as I can and see where they lead me. Okay, this is the iron vein. That's good. The way up is around here somewhere. Oh, but so are the cave spiders. I think this is the water stream. I hope this is the water stream. Okay, there's a torch there. Yeah, that's right. And then I think I just follow this ledge all the way out. Yep, there's the geode. Okay, the torches stop here and there's a water stream, so I'm gonna assume this is my ticket out of here. Uh-oh. Oh, that looks like daylight. I think we got a winner. Okay, this was actually not the way that I took, I don't think, but it still led me out, so I will take it. Yeah, this is our cave that we just came out of here, and right over here, I believe, is our house, or what will eventually be our house. Yep, right there. You know, I'd say that was a very successful first mining trip. 14 diamonds and a whole whack of iron. And that means that upgrading all of our stuff is not going to be difficult at all. Now, you may realize that I have relocated again. Or should I say unrelocated? Because right over there at the shoreline is where we originally were before we moved over there. And that's because I think that the cliff behind us here is going to be much more suited to the starter house that I want to build. And I would explain to you what I want to do for my starter house, but I think it's better that I just show you. So I'm going to clear the area here and get started on the build. There we go, stage 1 of the house is complete. The facade has been built in the side of the mountain. And in case you couldn't tell, yeah, I moved again. But this mountain just has so much more space inside that I have room to expand later on. But we do still have another part of this house to take care of. The interior's a little small. Sure, it'll keep me safe at night, but I want to have a little bit more space. So now it's time for the real fun part. Like I said, the facade was only stage 1. This right here is stage 2, and I have a feeling it's going to take a whole lot longer to do this part. Stage 2 is complete. I've hollowed out the inside the way that I want it, so we're going to have a bit of a decorative foyer here, and then we're going to lead into probably another more decorative area here, vaulted ceilings, so it's going to look really cool. Over here, we're going to have our storage room with a cow for now, I guess. And then going up the stairs here, we're going to have yet another decorative area looking out the window over our beautiful view. And then going over this way through the hall, we're going to have our bedroom. Although right now we're kind of embracing the whole halls of stone thing, so we better get chopping some trees so that we can get an interior going here. And that is our third and final stage of this build here, is the interior. Now, I know what you guys are all screaming at the screens right now. King, you have 14 diamonds, why are you using iron? And the answer to that is because I want to. Between my hardcore world, Skyblock Kingdoms, and the viewer server, I've been in the endgame for so long, and with Skyblock Kingdoms, there was just no world to mine or harvest resources from, so I'm kind of enjoying the early game while I can. Because, I mean, before we know it, we're going to be flying into enchantments and everything like that, and then we'll be entering the late game again. So I want to enjoy the early game while it's still here. Because let's be real, for experienced Minecraft people, it really doesn't last that long. But yeah, I'm going to harvest up some logs here, and then we'll get cracking on the inside. Alright, so I think we're just going to do something simple in here. Let's go with birch and see how it looks. Gotta make sure to get upstairs as well here. Gotta make sure to fix these spots too. Now we're starting to get something that looks more like a house here. You may have heard of the Canadian house hippo, but have you heard of the Minecraft house cow? Now I've got to decide how I want to do these walls. Do I want to do them more like this or more like this? Or kind of a combination of the two maybe? Let's try for a combination of both.
You know, I was actually worried about mixing the styles, but I think it turned out quite nicely. It breaks up the oak a lot, which I was really worried about coming into this. I thought it would just be too much oak on the inside, but the stone walls really add the variety that this place needed, I think. Although I really do need to get rid of these bits of cobblestone right here. I was thinking stairs would be a good substitute. Now we just gotta figure out the ceiling. That's one that I've been struggling with here because this is the floor. So I think our only choice really is we accept the mixed ceiling, which I kind of hate, or we go with trapdoors. Let's try out spruce trapdoors first. There we go. I actually think that turned out quite nicely, though it completely drained me of all of my spruce, so I've got to go collect more at some point. But I think the last thing that we need to do is just throw some windows in here so that, you know, creepers can't walk in downstairs anymore. I may have had an incident earlier on with that. But yeah, I've already harvested the glass, so let's do that up. See? Everyone can just walk in my window. We'll do panes in these windows here. And we'll cross our fingers that I grabbed enough glass to do this window here. Yeah, looks like we're good. Sweet, I think the interior of our house is done. We just have a little bit to do on the exterior here. Mainly this area right here. We gotta add a floor or something in over here. And I'm thinking we use tough like we did over here. I think that'll look really good. Ooh, 38 tough though. I don't think that's gonna be enough. Yeah, I just got stairs. You know what? We can use upside down stairs. We'll cheat a little bit. Okay, we'll just have to be strategic about where we use the stairs. If we use them right here, people may notice. So we'll just cover this up first, and we can fill around. There we go. If you didn't know there were stairs here, then you would be able to live in blissful ignorance. Oh, I missed a block, though. There we go. See? Can barely tell. Sweet. I think the only thing left to do is move in. It's a very simple interior, but I like what I've got so far. A nice little storage room, which I've already organized as best as I can. Ignore the other chest over here. An area with the other types of furnaces over here. So we got smokers and we got blast furnaces. And then heading up the stairs here, we got literally nothing in this room. We'll take care of that later. And our bedroom over here with our Canadian house hippo over on the bed. I guess he's more of a Canadian house cow, but you know, details. And once again, literally nothing in this room here, but it's another one of those things that we'll take care of once we have some more resources to our name. But for now, I want to turn our attention to the outside of the house, because this is looking a little bit bland. And in order to do what I want with the exterior, I need gravel. Which shouldn't be a problem, because usually in mountain ranges like this, there's lots of gravel around. And as usual, the mountain does not disappoint. Alright, I got myself some gravel, and a whole lot more flint than I bargained for. And I needed that for coarse dirt. So the idea with that is I'm going to make a path here first, going to all my different areas in my base. And by all my areas, I mean all 2 of them. And then replace the grass around here with coarse dirt to make it look like it's more used and lived in. You know, I've actually had a thought. These areas here I was going to replace with regular dirt. But I think I saw something over here that may actually be a better bet. There it is. There's our ticket to better dirt. We just got to figure out how to get the dirt without drowning. I think draining the water is pretty much my only option. Here we go. Now I can get the rooted dirt. Now let's see if it turns out the way that I wanted it to. Yep, I think this has a pretty good look to it. Just got to take care of blending the rest of the area here now. I think this blended together quite nicely, and once we have a few more details in here, I think it'll look way better too. And speaking of those details, when I was out earlier, I managed to grab a bunch of the 2 tall flowers, which I think we're going to make use of over here. And you know what? We'll grab these lily of the valleys too. Let's just litter these all over the hill here. And I think if we add a few of these forcibly grown crops here too, it'll give us a nice bit of color.
That's looking pretty cool, and, you know, once all the crops actually grow, that'll be way better too. I ran out of bone meal. I think it may actually look better if I get rid of all of the green in this area. Yeah, I definitely think getting rid of the green helped out a lot, and then expanding the flowers over this way. Oi, get off the table. Don't yell at me. Off. My cat just decided to sit on the coffee table and scream at me. Like, why are you on the coffee table, dude? I also wanted to extend the muddy look into this kind of garage area. I don't really know what to call it. All I know for sure is from here on, we will be calling it a barn. Just gotta lure a few more of these guys back. I think I saw another one over here somewhere. Yeah, over there. Come with me. Oh, I picked up a stray. You won't do well in the barn, buddy. There's no grass. Really, guys? Really? Go away. There we go. Now make it a baby. Yay, baby. Well, if you ask me, that's a pretty solid starter home. It's got a good amount of detail, it has some farms, and on the inside, there's not a whole lot, but it's better than the dirt huts that I usually make to start out. Like, if you ask anyone, my style is usually find a cave, hunker down, and stay there until I can make a mega build. So this is definitely a lot more homey than I'm used to for a starter base. He's screaming at me again. Yeah, you got something to say? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll let them know. I'm pretty sure that was him saying that you guys should subscribe. Yeah, that's definitely what I heard. I remember last episode we spotted a forest fire over in the dark oak here, so let's see if we can't find that lava pool. Well, I think I'm starting to see charred remains of trees, so we're pretty close. Yep, here we go. Just plop down the water here, and we need 4 pieces. There we go, we'll be back later for our nether portal stuff. In the meantime, where did we park? Aha, here we go. Alright, we should have everything we need now. We've actually been collecting books from villages for a while, so we'll throw all this in the crafting table here. And boom, our first enchanting table. Unfortunately, we don't quite have enough books to do our entire enchanting setup. But I've also been killing some cows while I've been out. I feel like I have enough sugarcane. Yeah, we should be good. We only need, what, 45 books? There we go. And this should give us 15 bookshelves. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So I think I'm going to clear some space over here. I want to make a small structure for our enchanting setup. I don't want to spend too much time on this build because it's not really the main focus of this video here, but we're going to take a minute and see if we can't design just a little enchanting hut. And boink! There we go. Nice little enchanting room set up, and we got a path going up the side of the hill here and connecting up with our path over here. Now let's grab ourselves some lapis here. Alright, I know I'm not good at organizing, but I did not put this here. Endermen are jerks. Anyways, I was saying, let's grab ourselves some lapis and see if we get any luck on our first enchantment. Please don't be bad. Okay, at least it's unbreaking. Okay, solid work, pickaxe. Although I was hoping for fortune. It's a good thing that we grabbed quite a few diamonds. So let's go ahead and try this again. No, that's much worse. Let's try one of these guys then. Let's get rid of that garbage enchantment here. Yep, just as garbage as I advertised. But maybe that'll clear the way for something better here. Okay, yeah, I can deal with that. Nice. Well, we enchanted 3 things, but now we're out of levels. So we need an XP farm. And I'm not positive, but I think there might be a spawner in that cave by spawn that we found. Yeah. Okay. Bear says subscribe. Yeah, I already told them. Alright, so I remember standing here and hearing a lot of skeletons, so let's just stand here for a few minutes and see if we can get that sound going again. Yep, I'm definitely hearing it again. Maybe there's a cave entrance around here that'll lead us somewhere. Alright, I looked around, couldn't find anything. Guess we're using our new shovel and... Well, that was easier than expected. Oh, right, I blocked this off in episode 1. I forgot about that. Though it sounds like they're coming more from this direction. Okay, here's something. Yep, that's definitely a skeleton. Oh, I didn't bring my shield. That was a dumb move. Okay, let's hope there's a piece of iron or something down here. Yep, okay, cool. Why? He's literally just staring into a corner, screaming at the wall. Yeah, we get it. You don't like the wall. All right, we got protection again. All right, let's go in. Oh my, there's a lot of them in here. Okay, let's see if I can get them to shoot each other, maybe. Yep, okay, we got a little bit of a fight going on here. All right, they're winning each other down. But you gotta get them to keep shooting each other. Oh wow, that's a lot of enchanted bows. Okay, arrows are flying. Okay, spawner's down there. Okay, I'm glad they're all in front of me now, at least. Oh wow, there's a lot of them in here. But you gotta start making progress in. Oh, this is precarious. Yeah, I know, bear. Okay, while they fight, I'm gonna do that. And this is my dungeon now. Anything good? Nope, not really. Well, disappointing loot aside, I think it's time to turn this into an XP farm. Despite the fact that I've been playing Minecraft since it came out in 2009, I still cannot build a mob farm off the top of my head, so we're going to be using a tutorial by Shulkercraft for this one. I know the principles, and I can build it mostly from memory, but I can never remember how many blocks up I have to go and how many blocks down I have to go. I always mess that up. So just to be safe and avoid having to build this twice, we're going to stick to the video tutorial. Alright, so I had to get a little bit creative here because I don't have soul sand, so we've just got a huge drop instead of a elevator and then a drop. Hopefully it works the same. But now it's time for the most stressful part of making these, removing the torches and hoping it all works. Alright, 3, 2, 1... Okay, I thought they'd start spawning right away. Well, it's kind of nice that they didn't. And remove this, and remove that, and we missed a torch somewhere. Yep, that seems about right. And remove and run. Okay, they're fighting. And we're good. Alright, so I guess I'll just stand here for a few minutes and we'll see how it goes. Alright, with any luck, we've got a bunch of guys down here. It sounds good. And it looks good. Okay, apparently some of them are dying. We might have to raise this a little bit. There we go. Alright, well I guess I'm going to raise this by 1 block and then we'll get to enchanting.
Lots of back and forth later, I now have a full set of enchanted tools and armor. Now, you may notice that my feet are iron, not diamond. I may have made a helmet by accident instead of boots. I never wear a helmet, so I'm actually going to take this off now. Yeah, I done goofed. We've only got 1 diamond left, which means it's about time for us to make a mine. Now, normally I'd just staircase down to bedrock and tunnel around looking for diamonds, but we're going to try something different here. One of the things I really wanted to do with this world was slow things down and make more small builds, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to build a quarry over here. Oh, apparently I may be encroaching on someone else's territory. How did this guy get in here? Ooh, ominous bottle. I really like that change that they made where you don't get bad omen for killing the raid captain. Just set up a little base of operations over here so that we can dump a bunch of stuff. And I probably should have brought a bed. It's a little dangerous over here at night right now. So I've been doing a lot of research online to kind of look at different quarries and whatnot. What I think our best bet is to just outline an area that we want to turn into our quarry, and then we'll start digging out layers. We'll start with something like this. Let's flatten it out now. Huh. Why did I settle for efficiency 3? I was wondering why that was going so slow. One sec here. Much better, or at least until it breaks. Yeah, that shovel did not last. So I used my last diamond and made another one. But let's figure out what our lowest point of the quarry here is going to be. Let's bring it down to level 42 here, and we will start with that. Also, I definitely tried to fly out of this pit. We do not have an elytra. Still not used to the early game. Ah, child knocked me out of the bed. We're fine. Anyways, in the center here, we're going to go down to level 42, so off to the side here, let's go a little bit higher. Let's start with 52, and we can always shave some more layers off if we need to. We're going to start with those 2 layers, and we will go from there, but we have a lot of digging to do, and I'm not sure if our tools are going to hold up to it, to be honest. We don't have mending, so we're going to have to hope that our pickaxe is, well, enough to get us down to level 42 in most places. Well, I blew through both of my pickaxes, so I've got to find some more diamonds to keep going. I did a dumb. I walked away from my computer having thought that I paused the game. I did not, and I got my first death. You wouldn't know from looking at it, but there used to be a big hole right here. Oh well, at least I got out with everything. So, these are the spoils of our caving trip. We got a lot of diamonds. So we're gonna take enough for our pickaxe, and we'll actually do our boots this time, and we'll leave the rest for when we have fortune. Cool, we got tools sorted for a little bit, so back to digging. Hiya! Ow. It wasn't me, I swear. I think they're angry at me. Anyways, I finished digging out the quarry here, and I still think I might take this section here down a couple more blocks, no more than like 3 or 4, I think, just for a little bit more depth, and then we're going down to level 42 here. I also made sure to take all the garbage blocks out of the side of the wall here, and the walls are where we're going to work next. I want to start working on getting some details into the wall and also some texture here. So we're gonna play around with different block variants and whatnot. And yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I am quite pleased with how the details are coming along here, but we're going to take a little break from detailing the walls and stuff just because I don't really want to deal with this one. We're going to build a little structure. As of right now, we have no way to get from the bottom level to the mid level here, so we're going to build a little tower going between the bottom, middle, and top levels here. And I'm thinking right here in this corner is the perfect spot. Keep forgetting I did not get feather falling. It's almost cost me my life a few times. Anywho, let's outline a square here. Let's start right there. We'll knock out some of the rocks that we've already done. Yeah, we'll do something kind of like this. So let's knock out the rocks in the way. Well, this looks very out of place for now, but I guess we better place some blocks so that it looks a little bit better. Oh, that's very sideways. Fixed it. Alright, so let's bring this right up to the top. I quite like this. It's nice and simple, and it's very functional. And at the top here, I have a nice little catch and drop straight into water. Now, I want to test out some supports here, so we're going to get some more spruce action going on here. I've always been bad at these, but let's see if I can do it. Nice. And a cross brace. And of course, we're going to strip the entire thing too. And we're going to build out the cliff a little bit here too. I want it to look like this support is holding up part of the quarry that was never mined. So we'll just kind of add some rocks in until it looks natural. There we go, that's not looking too bad. So I've got a little bit of a plan for later, but we're just going to do the facade for now. I am running a little low on time for this episode. So right about here, we're going to throw down some trapdoors, some fences, and a couple of stairs in the background here. And a little bit of support further down here. There we go, nice little balcony over there, and we're going to run a passageway from that balcony over to the second level of the tower here later on. But for now, let's get a few more supports going on in this area. There we go. Added a little bit more support and did a little bit more stonework on the sides here. Now I think it's time to take care of the ground here. I'm thinking that we replace the entire thing with dirt first, and then we're going to outline a pretty big path going from here all the way over to this scaffold that we made over here. And now we work on widening the path. There we go, it's starting to feel like a mine entrance now. I'm thinking we mix in a little bit of the rooted dirt down here for some texture as well. Perfect, this will do for now for the bottom section, I think. For now, let's turn our attention to the top side. We need some sort of building over here. It doesn't have to be big, but I'm thinking a miner's house of some sort. Let's just clear out a little bit of space and we will start prototyping this. Definitely made the house a little bigger than I intended to, but I'm happy with how it turned out. So we'll slap a few doors on here for now, and for the sake of the video, we'll call the house complete. I am, once again, running low on time, so we're probably going to do the interior off camera and on stream, But we do have some exterior work to do here before we can call it quits for the day. Wow, this looks real precarious. I am technically on the trapdoor, but it doesn't really look like it, does it? First things first, let's knock this hill back a little bit here. It is definitely in the way. There we go, much more spacious. Over here we also have to fix up this area here. We're gonna overhang the dirt a bit more. Actually, looking at it from this side, I think I need to do a little bit more stonework on the top here first. Yeah, that's much better. Looking at it from afar, it's a little repetitive on this side, but it'll do for now. I can always fix that up later. Anyways, let's hop on over here. I want to detail the ground a bit. It just looks weird being all grass. I want to add some paths in and some more rocks and stuff to make it look like the quarry effect is coming up here, because this is obviously where all of our stone is gonna go once we've taken it out of the quarry. So yeah, let's start out with pathing. That's a good basic path, I think. Now let's just thicken it up a little bit and we will be good. There we go. This is looking pretty good, I think. What I do want to do is I want to grab some of our ores from the house and I want to pile them up over here so it looks like we got some piles of stuff that's come out of the quarry. The other thing that I want to do is I want to build up the ledge a little bit here, get some slab action going on here. I'd say that's looking pretty solid over there. Now I've just got two more things that I want to do here. I want to connect up this balcony to the tower like I mentioned earlier. Now we're not going to do anything too fancy in here. We're just going to dig out a small cavern going from point A to point B. Very simple for now, but it's just a little cave going from point A to point B like I said. Doesn't really serve any purpose, but it looks pretty cool. I've also been spreading some lanterns around here just to light up the area. It's not going to be heavy lighting, it's just enough to make sure that it's mob-proof-ish. And finally, the last thing that I wanted to do is, well, the thing that we actually made the quarry for. I mentioned when we were starting this that the whole reason that I was making the quarry was to replace a staircase mine. So right here, we're actually going to make our mine. Now, we're not going to do anything too extravagant here for the mine entrance. We're going to do most of this on stream, I think. But I do at least want to get things started. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Just the smallest, most annoying water cave you could find of all the places. You know what? Maybe this is good enough for the video. I'm just gonna put a few beams here. And I think that is good for now. You can very clearly tell it's a mine entrance. Today, we need to address our food situation. You know how I've been feeding myself up until this point? Yeah, I've basically eradicated the local cow population, so we need to start thinking about some farms. Now, I could just make a farm at the shore and it would feed me just fine, but I also could have made a basic starter house, or a staircase mineshaft going down to bedrock, but that's not how we're doing things on this world. My plan is to turn this area right here between the starter house and the quarry into a farming space, but we got a lot of work that we gotta do here first. We have some clear cutting that we need to do, so we're going to start out by doing that. There we go, one tree-free area. I'm not sure if it'll be enough or not, but we will find out. The next thing that I need to do is fix up all these holes in the land here and do a bit of terraforming, because this isn't the greatest for crops. Actually, it's not really great for building either, it's just kind of good for nothing. So I've spent a few hours now smoothing out the land, and I think it's looking pretty good. This side I'm really happy with how it turned out. This will be really easy to turn into farmland. But on the other side over here by the house, it's a little rougher. I would have liked to have done some more terraforming over here, but we're basically out of dirt. But since we only have so much time for these episodes, we're gonna move forward with the terraforming that we do have. After all, it is Minecraft. We can make anything work. Now, what I'd like to do next is zone out some buildings here. So we're going to start up here on this hill that I made. This is where that weird water ravine thing was. And we're going to zone out, an area for a silo or a granary. I haven't quite decided which is going to go here yet, but we're going to mark this area. All right, and then back here towards this forest area, we're actually going to clear out a little bit more of the forest, but I want to mark this area out here for a farmhouse. I'm thinking in this area right here, we're going to make a small barn. And then up on this hill here, we're going to clear out a little bit more of the forest. And we're going to plan out a windmill up here. Actually, after taking a step back and looking at it, I think I'm going to move the location of the barn. I think the barn would be better suited over here. And in case anyone is wondering, yeah, these are just arbitrary shapes, so if we need more or less room, we'll change things up. So this is an overview of what our area kind of looks like with all of our buildings placed. Yeah? What? Uh-huh. Crazy. Now, part of the reason that I wanted to zone all of the buildings first is because I want to start planting crops over there, because it's going to take a long time for me to grow enough seeds and whatnot to be able to populate that entire area. So I think it is about time. Time to do what for years was considered a massive waste of diamonds. But personally, I'm alright with it. But just to make it slightly less of a waste of diamonds, we're going to go ahead and enchant it. There we go. Now that I've got a diamond hoe and I'm really happy that I got fortune on it, we're going to focus on carrots, potatoes, and wheat for today. And just to get things started, I'm going to plant them all by the shore. And as we're building up the buildings around this area, I will be harvesting these. And we'll see how many we have by the end of the video that we can just plant around the island. Now that we've got all these guys planted, it's just a waiting game. So I mentioned that while we're waiting for the crops to grow, we're going to do some building, but we have to do some exploration first. I've managed to collect most of the sapling types here, but there is one notably missing, and that is the mangrove propagule. Now, I've already explored probably a good half hour in each direction of my base here on stream, and I haven't found any mangrove swamps yet. So we're going to have to go on quite a long expedition here, I think, to find that. And if we can, I'd also like to locate a desert. It's not mandatory for today, but it would be nice for the future. Now, in my travels, I've found 2 ocean biomes so far. I think my best bet is to make my way to one of those oceans and make my way across that. Otherwise, I'm just going to be exploring the same landmass that I've already explored, and I don't exactly know how far into the continent I've gone. But I do know that I stopped at the ocean, so that's a good place to start for today. Here we go, here's the ocean, and that's the mushroom biome that we saw on stream before. Let's head in that direction. This is a very small mushroom island. Oh well, we got mushrooms on it and a small safe haven, so that's kind of nice. I got out of my bed and now I'm very turned around. Okay, that's not where we came from. We're just going to head in this direction and hope for the best. Oh, land ho. Just what we needed. More forest. Oh, but it looks like we did choose the right ocean to cross. Okay, we got to chop some of those trees down before this forest fire spreads over there, because that is definitely turning into a forest fire. Yep. We made it back, and we've got propagules. Back at the farmland, I'm thinking that the first building we're going to start with is our farmhouse over here, because I do have kind of an idea for it. And the other 3 buildings, not really, I just know that I want to build them. But before we can get started on the build, we need to gather some resources. We are doing good on most things, but we do need more cobbled deep slate and spruce wood. So I'm going to work on that, and I will be right back. Alright, hopefully I've collected enough for this build. Seems like a good amount of resources, but I mean, you never really know until you start. I guess let's start by trying to outline our house. Alright, so this is the foundation that I came up with. So we've got a house here and then kind of like a lean-to balcony out here. I don't know how else to describe it. I've been looking at a bunch of pictures of farmhouses online and a lot of them seem to have it. So we're going to get building and, well, I guess you'll see what I mean. That's looking pretty cool, I think. I didn't place any torches though, so I'm a little afraid to see what's inside here. And open. Oh, yep. We have some inhabitants. Oh, that didn't sound good. Okay, we're fine. Oh, we're not fine. Okay, thankfully that creeper didn't do too much damage. Again, we can shave away this back layer of the wall here. I kind of messed up the dimensions and had to move this back a layer. Alright, there we go. Alright, we got it lit up. We'll take care of the rest later. This little piece right here is what I was talking about with the lean-to balcony. I didn't really know how else to describe it, but this right here I actually want to be my main entrance to the house. So we're gonna poke a hole right here, I think, and we'll throw down a door, and there we go. We'll do the interior off camera or on stream. For now, I want to move on to the next building. I'm thinking the next thing we'll tackle is the barn because I do actually have an idea for it now. And yeah, it's going to wind up being bigger than this rectangle. First things first though, we've got to use our propagules that we grabbed earlier. And we are not short on bones for bone meal, so we'll grab a few of those. And now for the fun part. I really like how mangrove wood looks, but I hate harvesting it. It is satisfying to place a bunch of them and bone meal them though. Well, I guess we'll tear down this monstrosity and get started with the build. Alright, it took quite some time, but hopefully we have enough mangrove now to do this build. I've also gone ahead and grabbed a whole bunch of other stuff that I think we'll need, but I don't really have too much of a plan for this. We're just gonna kind of start placing blocks and see what happens. I don't want this barn to be too big, so maybe something like this for the front profile. And then in terms of how far back, I'm thinking not too much further than what we have right here actually, which would give us a final size of about yay big. Looks good to me, let's start expanding it. There we go. That sure is a barn. Or at least on the outside it is. On the inside it's, you know, nothing. So we're going to do a little bit of work in there now. First things first, I want to put a second floor up at this level right here. This will mostly be decorative, but we'll probably have a little bit of storage up here too. I wonder if we can get an ender pearl from this guy. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get in. There we go. And now I smack. Hey, there we go. All right, I have looting. That's... Yep, 2 ender pearls. Well, those will come in handy later. Alright, the next thing we need is a space for all of our barnyard animals. Here we go. Doesn't need to be big because we only need to store 2 of each in here. Alright, cool. And I'm thinking right in the center here, we're going to have a ladder going up to the top floor. We'll just make a trapdoor wall to place the ladders on. And there we go. And then for now, I think we just need to fix the ground in here. We'll grab ourselves some coarse dirt here. Probably need a bit more than that. Okay, 6 gravel's not going to get us a whole lot. To the mines it is. I know I have some more over there. There we go. Now that we're back with the coarse dirt, we can lay out some path blocks here to get started. And then for now, we'll just replace everything around it with coarse dirt. We'll come back in with some rooted dirt later once we actually have some, but I've got to go collect some more. Here we go. This is looking a lot more barn-like on the inside. I do want to get some hay bales and whatnot in the back, but I don't have any hay bales right now, so we got to wait until we're actually growing wheat for that. Now, with the barn finished, we need some animals in the barn. Come on, chicken. Let's go. You're going to be the first one. You can go in here.
Now I just need to find you a friend and, 2 cows, 2 pigs, and 2 sheep. How hard could that be? Well, I can tell you right now that finding any cow outside of this pen over here is going to be, well, near impossible. I've basically eradicated the cow population in this area. Alright, you two come with me. If there's one thing that always tries my patience, it's leading animals anywhere in this game. Actually, saying that out loud, I might actually have some leads. I'll check on that after I get these guys over here. I'm already halfway, so may as well commit. I'm gonna have to go much further for the sheep and pigs, so I would definitely like the leads if I have them. Alright, you two can come in here. One at a time, guys. Come on. I swear they share one brain cell. Alright, I give up. There we go. They're in. Alright, off to find the 2 fun ones. But first things first. Nope. I know I've killed some wandering traders, so I don't know where the leads are. Nope. Maybe over here? Nope. Yes, here we go. This should make things considerably easier. Well, I think my odds of finding a sheep in this area are pretty low. But I do see some pigs. Come with me, friends, for a life of captivity. Doesn't it sound wonderful? And here we are, in you go. Yeah, I should have seen that one coming. And there we go. Oh, I may as well take the chicken while I found him. Much easier to get them through the gate one by one. Oh, I see one. And where there's one, there must be more. Would have been real awkward if there wasn't. Alright, I'm not even going to bother with the gate this time. And boom, and boom. There we go. 2 chickens, 2 sheep, 2 pigs, and 2 cows. Now we are going to alter the plan a little bit here. I've changed my mind on the silo. I think it's just going to obstruct the view of everything else, so we're going to axe this for now. Instead, we're going to focus a bit more on the windmill, which we're actually going to move more over in this direction here, just that we have a midpoint between the barn and the house. Also, in traditional Elfie fashion, we're going to do some terraforming. But before we do some terraforming, we need to hit the stone mine pretty hard. So let's see what we turn up. Alright, I hope that this is enough stone. And for anyone looking at that going, King, that's a lot of stone. You clearly have not seen my terraforming before. I tend to get very carried away. Alright, so our terraforming goal is we want to start along this ridge here, and we want to carry a cliff going this way, all the way to behind the house. And I want to try and get a little bit more height too. This is currently the level that our windmill was going to be on. I want it more around like the top of that tree. So like I said, we're going to follow the natural ridge here, but I want to lay out kind of a rough outline of where I want the cliff to go. And I imagine we're probably going to have to push this tree line back a little bit too. There we go. There's a rough outline for how I want the cliff to go. Obviously it'll change a little bit as we go, but we'll go with the flow. The next thing that I want to do is get a little bit of a height map going on here. So let's see, how high do I want the highest point to be? I'm thinking about like that, and on top of that point is where our windmill will be. Now, working from this hill, I want to gradually work up to that point. So we'll have some lower areas on either side, and we'll keep that as the relative height behind the house as well here. And then over here, we'll fade downwards. Yeah, I think that's going to look pretty sweet once we get it all terraformed up, which is, of course, our next step here. So I'm going to get going on that, and then we'll see how it goes.
That was a painful one to build. I have never been good at building windmill turbines, so that's the best we can do. I'm happy with it, but it could still use some improvements, I think. But that is not a job for today. Right now I'm trying to find a cave or something where I can get some dirt without disturbing the landscape, because I used up every last piece of dirt on that terraform. This'll do for now. That should be more than enough for what I need today. What I would like to do is try and make a path going from about here up the side of the cliff here. That way it goes up and to the entrance of our windmill. We will see how this goes. There we go, I think that works. If I'm being totally honest, I'm not completely happy with it yet, but I think I need to spend some more time with the area to figure out what it's missing. But I had to get a little bit creative with the cave entrance because I couldn't quite seem to get the angle right to get the slope all the way up the side of the cliff. Alright, I've done a little bit of cleanup, gotten rid of all of our random chests, and accumulated it all into one chest monster underneath our porch here. Let's just hope that we don't forget about it later on. But our next step is going to, it's going to test my shovel's durability. We've got to plot all of our paths now. We're going to start by connecting up all of our points of interest here. We're not looking for full paths at this moment. We're just looking to connect things up. There we go. Now that we've got everything connected up, we can start expanding the path and making it actually walkable. Okay, cool. The barn is now connected up with the, I guess we'll call this staircase up to the windmill and also the farmhouse over here. We're going to replace all these little bits here with coarse dirt later on, but now I want to work on just some odd paths going into random places in the farmyard. What the heck is a farmyard? I meant farmland. My brain cell is doing some overtime today. Alright, let's get an overhead view of what this looks like. Yep, that's looking pretty cool, I think. I do want to add one more road in somewhere in this area, but first we gotta head over to the barn. What I'd like to do over here is outline a little bit of a pasture. I had mentioned earlier that I had a plan for the barn, but the build itself wasn't actually the plan. It was this pasture, which is also why I was okay with having such a small barn and only having 2 animals in each of them. Basically, the idea is that I have 2 of each animal inside the barn, and when I need to breed more, I let them out to graze in the pasture. And then when I need a different animal, I use the leads to get them all back into the barn, and I start again. There we go, that's looking pretty sick. Just gotta close it off with some gates here. Perfect. And now, since I know that I want to breed cows in the area first, I'll just open that gate and let them roam. And if I find them wandering somewhere else, I know I've messed up. I think all that's left to do now is plant the crops. Like I mentioned near the beginning of the video, I've been harvesting the crops at the shore for quite a while, and I've got a lot of stuff here, but I don't think it'll be nearly enough to cover the entire area. But that's where our handy dandy skeleton farm is going to come in. I've been collecting bones for quite a while now. Well, I guess I've got a lot of crops to plant. Let's do it. You know, when I started this project, I thought, you know what, this will be a nice, fun, small little project. Nope, it quickly grew to something much, much bigger. But we have planted all of our crops and we've done the coarse dirt along the paths. The carrots are just beside the house there, you can't see them from here. And we've done some cool little details too. We got some scarecrows, we got some hay bales around, little water trough over there, and I shoved a well in this corner here. There's definitely some more detail work that can be done, but I think we'll leave that for another time. Today, my plan is to connect everything with roads and bridges, as well as build a stable to help in transit. I'd also like to get us a nice variety of horses, donkeys, and mules. This should help with moving resources across our town until we decide to go to the end. Also, I'll apologize in advance that my voice is a little off. I do currently have a cold, but the show goes on. I think our first order of business for today is to grab some blocks here and plot out where we want our roads to go. Not anything too specific, just a rough idea. It'll come down through this little area that I've cleared with the trees, and then go into a bridge here going over the river into the cow pen. The roads in the farming area are already plotted out, so that's nice. But then when we get over to this side, that's where it gets a little complicated. For some reason, I have it cutting off here and then just kind of going into no man's land in the middle of the lake. I actually want to alter this path so that it loops this way around the carrot field. We're actually going to do a bunch of terraforming on this side because it's going to go through the water here. So we're going to build up a little ledge here. And then it's going to come up this hill once again, lots more terraforming. Oh look, another water ravine, just what I wanted to deal with today. Anyways, it'll come across the water ravine here and continue along this edge here. And then it'll come through the trees and meet up with our quarry. We'll go this way to this spot, and it'll also branch off going around the quarry to our tower and our blacksmith. And I think that's our plan. I'm going to have to clear out a bunch of these trees here. I'm also going to need to get a whole whack of dirt because we used every last piece we have in our last episode. You know it's bad when I have more rooted dirt than I do regular dirt, and I do mean dirt singular. You know what? I've just had a smart idea as to where we can get the dirt from without disturbing the landscape. We terraformed this entire area here, but if we go to the underside, we're never going to see this again, so we may as well just rip it up and take the dirt from here. Alright, resources are collected and trees are cleared. We should be good to go with this project. Now, if you look at how I have the cobblestone road laid out here, you can see that it's kind of going in a semicircle going to the quarry. What I'd like to do is I'd like to peel back this little piece of the peninsula that's there so that the river goes along that line, and then we're going to build up a little seawall along there. So I'm going to rip out this piece of land and we will go from there. There we go, I've torn out the majority of the land. Now it's time for the fun part. I've actually got to merge this with the river, which is always a joyous task. Now, I suppose we could just leave it like this, but where would the fun be in that, right? Plus, it kind of looks like garbage. And who doesn't love a bit of water terraforming? There we go, that's not looking half bad. Now that I got the hard work set up, I can actually get to work on the path, which is definitely going to take some doing, so let's get it done. Nice. I think we managed to get a pretty seamless transition into the existing landscape here, and it should be more than easy enough to make a road here. So what I had in mind was I wanted the road to come off kind of like this and then loop around. It'll hug the coastline right here, then it'll head up here and it will stick with the wall that I made here. Well, more or less. When we get up here, I wanted to branch out a little bit, but then we're going to loop back towards the wall. And now here we have a bit of a crossroad, so we're going to curve off towards the house, and we're going to curve off towards the mine entrance. When I was doing my terraforming, I did forget that there's a big hole right here that I've got to fill in. There we go, this is a little easier to work with.
So building off from this path, we just run down this way, around the quarry, and meet up with this path. There we go. We just got to beef up the path a little bit and do our regular coarse dirt, and, well, we'll be off to the races. There we go. We now have a continuous path looping around the quarry here, leading up the hill, going across the seawall that we made for the river, connecting up with all of our crops and our farmhouse here, continuing through the farmland and into our pasture, and finally terminating at the river near our starter house. Now we gotta work out a bridge design. I don't want it to be too big, but I do want it to be tall enough that I can at least get a boat underneath. Alrighty, I've gotten a few resources together here. Now it's time to start trying to make this bridge. And the first thing that we need to address is the fact that I think a straight bridge going across like this would be a little jarring in this area. So we're gonna try our best to do a diagonal bridge. And honestly, it's one of the harder things to do in Minecraft. I prefer to build circular than diagonal, honestly. Alright, let's try something like this. We'll lead a guideline over to keep the line straight. So it'll meet up around here. So these are going to be the supports, so let's get a little bit of height on them. And then we'll lead something back like this. And again like this. This tree is very much in the way though. Alright, coming at it like this. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. I do actually think we can bring this down a layer though. Yeah, that's nicer. Alright, let's go ahead and replace these with slabs now. There we go, that's a pretty good increase, and then I think we can just do a flat run across the rest of it. There we go, nice gradual bridge. Then we'll close up these gaps, and we'll try and round this off as best as we can. Like I said, dealing with corners in Minecraft is pretty hard, so we kind of got to make do with what we got. There we go, that's not a bad shape for a bridge. Now we just got to make it look like, you know, not a big hunk of rock. I think step one is just to replace some of the blocks so that we have a little bit more variation here. There we go, I'm quite liking that. It's nice and low profile, and it actually looks pretty good, I think. Just add a couple of small details here. Let's see how something like this looks on all four sides. Not bad at all, I might actually add a few more. Thinking right here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our bridge. But walking over it now, it does kind of lead into an awkward spot. So of course that means that we've got to do surgery on this hill here. There we go, much better. So now we can just lead the path up the hillside here and meet up with our existing path. And with a little bit of extra work here, we are now connected all the way from the starter house, through the entire farm, across the lake, and into the quarry. Now that everything's all connected up, we've got to think about how to move more efficiently and faster across this terrain. And that's what we're going to do in this area behind us, right by the starter house. I want to start breeding up some mules and donkeys so that I can move resources across my area a lot easier. So I'm thinking we clear out this patch of land and we build ourselves a stable. Bringing you your regularly scheduled bear interruption. Anyways, coming from the bridge over here, we have a path going through the forest to a clearing that I've made, which is where we're going to make our stable. I'm thinking that we'll have our building over here and then a little bit of space for the horses and mules to run around here. And then this will just be a small transition area. I've also gone ahead and got some resources together here for the build. I don't really know what we're going to need, so I just kind of grabbed a bit of everything. And would you look at this guy brought us some fresh leads for our new horses that we're going to get later on. How generous of him. Alright, let's start by marking off some 5x5 areas for horse stables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's 4 spots for horses there. I actually want to move this one over a little bit. Shave off this one at the end. Alright, there's a start. Then I think we'll work with some trickier angles here. Kind of like that. Then on the other side here, I think I'll do one more stable. I'm thinking that we'll build this up here and we will go from there. I think it's missing something, but I don't know what yet. Hopefully we'll get a better idea as we're building.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this build took a lot more brain power than I thought it would. The actual stables themselves I was fine with, but this house, it was causing me some grief. I'm still not 100% happy with it. There's something about it. I don't know what it is that I have to fix. Hopefully I'll figure it out before the end of the video. But it's time to put some details on this build here, so we're going to start with some fences to keep our horses and mules in the stable. We'll also make a trough in each of these that these guys have some water and whatnot. I also think we could use a little bit more light in here. That's much better. Alright, sweet. There's some resources I'm missing for the rest of this area, so we're going to turn our attention to the house now. So on the upper floor here, I had to use oak planks because of this staircase design that I have on the outside. So I think it's smart to just make an oak floor all the way through. Okay, that is a lot of oak. Maybe I can try trimming it with spruce. Okay, that's a little better. Hopefully putting stuff in here will actually help it out a bit more. But we also got to put in the second floor here. Alright, good. Now fix this up. Now, normally I'm not a huge fan of putting glass in windows, but I think this one warrants it. Otherwise, we're going to have some danger flaps coming in at night. And then we'll just put a few decorations on the outside of the house for the window here. Maybe some fences. Doesn't look too bad from the outside. How about the inside? Not amazing, but not horrible either. Now we need ourselves some coarse dirt, but I have no gravel left. So, to the mines. Well, I managed to scrounge together a few stacks of gravel, even found some more diamonds in the process too. Nice. Also, I don't know if I ever wound up showing you guys on video, but this is what I wound up doing with the inside of the mining house here, and we've just got a bunch of ores and whatnot stored over here too. We wound up doing all of that on stream, which is what we do with most of our interiors, so if you're not following my Twitch already, make sure you drop a follow over there. We also multi-stream to YouTube, so if you're subbed over here, then you'll be able to catch the streams as well. Now, before we go ahead and use our coarse dirt, I want to make sure that I terraform the area the way that I want it first, so we're going to do that right now. There we go, much smoother. Now let's go ahead and get our path blocks down as per usual, and then another pass through to do all of the coarse dirt. And just like that, we are all connected up. I have a little bit more work I want to do over here right now. I would like to make a perimeter around my stable area here, similar to how I did the crops. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lay out a perimeter here, and then I will go back around and texture it up. Last thing I got to do is just make a little entrance here, throw down some fence gates, and boom, we have ourselves a fully enclosed stable. There we go, our stable is officially finished, I think. There are definitely more details I can add over time, but for today, I think we are in a good place, and I added a few more details in the center here, just a little feeding area for the horses. I think it really brings the area together. It felt a little empty before, but having that in the center does add the extra little bit of color, which finishes it off nicely. Now, there is still something that our stable is very clearly missing, and I believe there are a bunch of them over here. We need horses and donkeys. Right color, wrong animal though. I know I saw some horses and donkeys in this plains before, I just don't know where they'd wandered off to. Aha! Found a horse! Now, I admittedly know very little about horses and donkeys and all that, so this guy is just eating all my apples. Oh, right, I have to jump on him to tame him, right?
and I just gotta keep doing that until he loves me.
Hey! Throw the saddle on him. He's got a lot of hearts. He doesn't seem super fast, though. Can he jump?
Oh yeah, he can jump pretty high. But yeah, he doesn't move super fast, which is really unfortunate.
Oh, this mod I have actually tells me the jump height and speed. I honestly don't know how those numbers stack up.
All I can tell you is this seems incredibly slow for a horse.
Nonetheless, I'm going to take him home because he's got great
Health and a really good jump height, so we can probably breed a good horse with him.
Probably should have thought to bring a lead with me.
But yeah, ideally we want some fast horses and donkeys because I believe you breed the two of those together to make a mule. And a mule is similar to a horse in terms of its attributes, and it can also hold a chest, so we can move items back and forth with them. Mind you, this is from the limited knowledge that I have on mules, so I could very well be wrong in that.
Alrighty, we got our first horse in our stable. Just gonna go ahead and yoink this saddle because we only have the one at the moment. And I'm gonna go get his friend. You know, I was just heading back over and I was thinking I could use some leads. Took some doing, but I managed to find not one, but 2 donkeys. And quite a few decent horses too, with good speeds and good jumps. This guy in particular is the fastest one that I found at 12.39. From what I understand, somewhere in the 14s is the highest, so I'm gonna say that's pretty good. Now, as I mentioned before, I really don't know much of anything about breeding horses or donkeys or mules or anything like that, but we're gonna give a few things a try here. And I believe it said that we need either golden apples or carrots to breed them. So we're gonna go with carrots. Much cheaper than apples. So the first thing that I want to try is breeding our 2 donkeys together. Because if we look at these guys, they have the exact same stats. Now from what I understand, these are decent stats, but they also seem pretty boilerplate since they're the exact same. So I'm curious if breeding one will give us some better stats or if they'll just be the exact same again. Hello little donkey, you are actually slightly worse than your parents. You little disappointment. Well, that didn't go how I wanted. Alright, let's try something a little bit different here. We're gonna go for a mule, and from what I understand, breeding a donkey with my best horse should give me the best mule possible. Or at least the best mule I'm capable of getting at this moment. Alright, let's hope for something good. Wow, he is incredibly average. The heck, man, I thought you were supposed to make good horses. We'll give it another go in a minute, but of course they can only breed every 5 minutes. So I actually looked it up and I got really unlucky with this guy. Generally the parents average out, and with that in mind I should have gotten somewhere higher than that, somewhere in the 8s at least. This guy's like at the absolute lowest bound. Makes him just as much of a disappointment as you over there. We'll give things a go, but with the other donkey this time. Alright, let's get a good mule, guys. Hey, there we go, that's pretty good. There we go, that's what you're supposed to do. Let's keep this guy over here in the pen. That way we know you're the good one. We're gonna give this one more go. We're gonna give it another go with the first donkey here. Alright, let's see if you're a dud or if it was just bad luck. It was just bad luck. Awesome. I mean, this guy can barely jump, but we don't need them to jump. We need them to run. There we go. We managed to get 2 pretty good mules today. I do want to try one last thing. I have a horse here with a really good jump, but my fast dude over here is a straight up lousy jumper. So if I breed the 2 of you together, am I going to get something that's pretty decent at both? Yep. Yes, I am. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're just a worse version of your father for some reason. Or is that your mother? I can't really tell. All right, we're going to give this one more try and see if we can get a better horse here. And you know what? I think we did it. Yep, better speed than him and better jump than her. Alrighty, buddy, we're gonna put you over here to grow up, and you're probably gonna be our go-to horse.
heading into the end to slay the Ender Dragon.
It's been a long road, but as the day counter hits 1000 today, we will be entering the end game at long last. This means that flight, portable storage, and unlimited XP are finally within our reach. Welcome back to the Forever World. So, we've got to pick out a spot for our Nether portal. And I do have a rough idea of what I want to do. And I'm thinking that right here on top of this seawall that we made in the last episode is going to be the perfect spot. I'd like to terraform up the entire area, kind of like we did with the farming space behind us. And I want to continue that into this area where we're going to make our Nether portal. So I'm going to push back the tree line here first. Then I'll mark out where I want to terraform to. Let's start with something kind of like this. We're definitely going to end up altering it, but it's a good place to start. So the idea is that I want to bake the Nether portal into the side of the mountain or cliff right here. For anyone who's watched my previous series, I did something similar in Pleasantcraft Season 3, and I really liked it, so I want to try and emulate that again here. So I'm going to build up the terrain a little bit here to figure out what height the portal is going to be at. That way we can start figuring out the shapes. Because there's really no sense in outlining the portal and then having to move it up like 6 blocks. So I wound up just flattening the entire area so that we can work with a clean slate. So what we're going to do first here is we're going to figure out exactly where we want our Nether portal to be. And I want it to be a bit higher because I want to do a staircase up to it. And I'm going to recess it back a little bit here. And we're going to outline it in oak here. That way it stands out. And then we can just replace all the oak with obsidian later on. Or actually, I guess not with obsidian, but with stone, because the obsidian will go behind it in whatever shape that the portal ends up being, because the portal has to be a square or a rectangle. But our actual opening to get into the portal doesn't necessarily have to be the same shape. We'll make a preliminary design here first, and we'll step back and see how it looks, and we will alter from there. Alright, prototype 1. Not good enough. Let's go back. Let's see how take 2 looks. Better, but we're not quite there yet. 3rd time's the charm, and that's actually pretty good. Now we are probably going to end up altering that shape as we go, but it's a good starting place. So let's go ahead and outline it in stone here, and we'll swap out some stuff with stairs and slabs here to make it look a little better. It doesn't make a big difference, but it definitely helps. Now that we've got a basic Nether portal design down, let's go ahead and build out the front here a bit. There we go. Step 1 of our terraform is complete. We've got kind of a natural staircase going up towards the portal and a little hole in the middle here, which I think would be really cool for a water feature. I seem to have lost my water bucket though. Well, I guess I'll find it eventually. To the mining shack. We've always got a decent amount of iron over here, and we did some mining on stream recently, so we're in good shape. Let's try poking a hole right here and putting our water there. And it's flowing the wrong way. Ignore the hollow back of the mountain as per usual. There we go, that's a little better. Although it's a bit boring, we got to alter the stream a bit. Let's try doing that. Nope, that just raised it 1. Alright, let's try moving the water source over a block here. Okay, now I feel like that's too much water. Let's try this. Definitely better. Working with water really is rough in Minecraft. Let's try directing a little bit with slabs. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I think if we do the same thing here, then block it and release it again, I think that's pretty decent. Now we just gotta do something down here. Oh, right, there's a ravine. Or not a ravine, but a cave. You know what, this may be easier to do without the water. There we go, I kinda like this. I dug out a little hole here so that the water stream would come through here and then come down in a different way as well. But yeah, this is starting to turn out. Oh, more water. Great. Be gone, sky water. Alright, now that we got this area figured out here, I think the next step is start building up these walls here. This is going to end up being a cliff when it's done, but I haven't quite decided how high I want it to go yet. So let's do our thing with the placing of the blocks and see how it goes.
We are making progress. I have the preliminary shape of our cliff here, and I also started tapering it into the landscape over here. I want to do something a little funky with this area. I want to have kind of a plateau up there, and then I'll continue the cliff face slash mountain slash hill, whatever you want to call it, coming around this way, and I kind of want it to go into a valley heading towards the existing mountain over here. Obviously, we're not going to do that all in this video, but we'll do what we can to at least transition the landscape a little bit so that it doesn't look as weird. But I did manage to connect this area here over to our existing terraforming that we were doing with the farming area, so that's starting to look a little better at least. I did completely run out of stone and almost run out of dirt though, so I did have to go out and collect a bunch more, so I guess it's time for round 2 of terraforming. But in order to move forward, we do have to start tearing down part of this village here, specifically this house and that church. There we go, we got a bit more space to work with now. What I really want to nail down today is the transition landscape between this area here and the space that we're making. Because if we think about the angle that we'll see this the most often from, which is probably the farm and my starter house, it kind of looks a little wonky right now. So we want to take care of that perspective first. Then we'll move on to the other side, which I think will be significantly easier because we're just transitioning that back into the regular terrain. This is definitely turning into a much larger project than I intended to when I started this video, but I do expect it to turn out really cool in the end. I'm thinking probably one of the easiest ways to do this is to figure out how big I want this plateau up here to be. And now that I have a rough idea of this, I can start transitioning this downwards, because now I have a rough idea of how much space I have to work with. And then looking at things from back here, I want the valley that I was talking about to be kind of right around here. So I'm thinking around this height, we're going to start working on that as well, which will be an interesting transition to say the least. I do expect that I'll probably have to do some more terraforming in this area later over top of what I'm currently doing. But if I can get it at least close now, then it'll make the job a lot easier later on. There we go, this is a start for the outlines at least. We just gotta fill it in and see how it looks now. But yeah, this is generally my terraforming process. What I'll do first is I'll do a bunch of outlines where I think I want the terrain to go. It's usually not the end result, but it at least gives me a place to build from. Then I'll fill it in, then take a step back and take a look at it, and then add some blocks in the places that I think look a little awkward, and then repeat the process until I'm happy with how it looks. I've been terraforming for a while, so I think we're going to take a little break from that and get the Nether portal going. So when we first laid this out, we laid out an oak outline. We're going to replace that with obsidian now, but we do have to change things up a little bit because obviously we can't have a weird shaped Nether portal. So we've got to go to the very edge and maybe a little bit past and make a big rectangle rather than a weird shape. There we go. Now we got to remove all the oak, and I think we'll add a stone backer while we're at it. That way we don't walk through our portal. And now we just got to light it. And I would say that's looking pretty cool. Obviously we still have a lot of detail work to do around here, but the shape is looking really nice. I'm going to do a run through with tuff and andesite and all that kind of stuff to make this look a little better and not like a giant slab of stone. But I think we're going to do some exploring first. We just got to get ourselves ready to go first. Alright, I think I'm ready for my nether trip. I've got myself an enchanted gold helmet, got some blocks, a shield, some more stuff to make more shields because I assume I'm going to need it, some wood, and a flint and steel to relight the portal in case a ghast puts it out. Just going to top off my food before I leave, and let's see what kind of luck I get for a nether spawn. Well, this certainly is an interesting place for a portal. And immediately I see two of the things that I needed in here, warped wood and crimson wood. Let's take down our cords real quick. And I think my best way down is to, well, just jump. Ooh, mushrooms. I just have to remember that my portal is on top of a tree. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Anyways, let's grab ourselves some nylium as well here. And I guess we'll head towards the Crimson Forest. Oh, let's put our helmet on too. That could have been bad. Oh, how I loathe you pigs. Ah, hi. Grab some of this stuff here. Okay, we need to find a convenient place to get into the rest of the nether here. Although this was really good for finding the 2 types of wood that I needed, this is a very inconvenient place for a nether spawn. My favorite is when you spawn in a nether waste, because I can always go find the wood types, but it's a bit harder to find a fortress. May as well grab a bit of quartz while I'm here too. Oh, we are going to have a joyful time trying to find our way back to the portal here. Maybe I should be taking out some of these endermen while I'm at it. We know that we're going to need them eventually to get to the end, and there are a lot of them here. Oh, that was a horrible sound. Ow! Stood too close. Smack. Ow! Okay, here we go. Now we're coming into a clearing. Not a particularly useful one, but it's something. Let's head off in this direction, I guess. At least the warped forest is relatively safe. Wow, lots of endermen. I don't see anything particularly useful here. I guess we'll head into the dangerous area. Yay. Ooh, low-hanging glowstone. Into the dangerous biome. At least I remembered a gold helmet. Oh, piggy. Bad piggy. Go away. Doesn't matter if you have full enchanted diamond armor or not. Those guys hit like a truck. So I'd rather just not get hit. Oh, hi. There's a lot of piglins here. I gotta be really careful not to hit them. I probably should have brought a little bit of gold with me to throw on the ground to distract them. Oh, that didn't sound good. Oh, baby pig! I'm glad that I repaired my bow before coming in here. I have a feeling I'm gonna be using it a lot. Oh, that's something different. Let's head towards that. Oh, nether bricks. Okay, this actually wasn't too far away. I guess the best way to get over there is just to pillar over, which is kind of nerve-wracking. No one shoot at me. All right, let's head up here. Is there a way in? Well, this looks like as good a place to burrow in as any. I guess we'll go up here. Hello, anyone home? Okay, let's set up some safe areas. Wow, this would have been an easy fortress to miss. It is totally overgrown. Interesting generation. Usually don't see trees spawn in the fortress. It's almost like they made the entire nether and then plopped the fortress in afterwards. But I spy what we need. All right, shield in offhand. Let's go. How did I still get set on fire? Okay, I thought shields were supposed to block that. Let's do an experiment. Shoot me. Okay, it does. Okay, maybe it was just hitting the ground and not me. We're gonna get a few more of these. That way we don't have to come back for a while. Oh, I see my first wither skelly. Let's keep exploring here. We've gotten everything that we need, but I mean, we could always have more. All right, skellies, come with me and smack. No dice, but that's not surprising. Just keep setting up safe areas as I go. Sounds like there's a lot of them above me. Ooh, another saddle. That's actually extremely valuable to me. Whoop. None. All right, double wart room. Let's just make sure it's safe up here. All right, we are good. I will also take all this soul sand here. Cool, let's keep moving into the fortress here. At this point, I've gotten everything that I need, but it would be nice to find a few more chests and maybe a couple more saddles. Oh, here's another chest and another saddle. It's weird. It's one of those pieces of loot that's usually totally useless to people, but it's extremely valuable to me in this series. Oh, hi. Ow! Okay, we got a few chests in this area. Nothing good in this one. Or this one. I'll take the iron, though. Dead end, and dead end. All right, back up we go. Hello, Skelly. Nothing. Wah, wah. Let's see what we got over here. You keep your fireballs to yourself. Oh, I've been here before. Yeah, I already looted that chest. I think I may have tapped this fortress. Ow! Snipers. But yeah, I think we got everything we're gonna get out of this fortress now. All right, let's go through the checklist here. I've got blaze powder. I have warped and crimson fungus. I've got both types of nylium so that I can grow it. Got nether wart, soul sand, and I even managed to get some quartz and glowstone and ender pearls. And saddles. I think we've gotten everything that we need from here. The only other thing that we will need eventually is, well, something from there probably. Are we feeling lucky? Should we try? Because really the only other two things that we need from the nether at this point are wither skeleton skulls and the netherite template. Although I don't really have a good way over there. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be easier to head over there once we have an elytra. Because in reality, we're in no hurry to get netherite. I would probably put a beacon at a higher priority than netherite. But anyways, with all of this stuff, we may as well see if we can get out alive. I personally would like to have a 0 death run in the nether for the first time round. I'm sure I'll die here eventually, but let's not make it today. Oh, I hear an angry pig. Get out of here, Pumbaa. Okay, so we're heading in this direction by the looks of it. Okay, but this is good news. We're heading back into the warped forest. Oh, it looks like there's a basalt delta on the other side here. Kind of tempted to go look. That is if we can find a safe route across. I do feel much better being in this biome though. Then according to the cords, my portal should just be over there somewhere. But I do want to see if we can get to that basalt delta. If I can find an easier to raid... Jeez, I hate that noise. If I can find an easier to raid bastion, then I may take it on today. Alright, well, looks like no dice on that front. Alright, let's secure our loot. Let's get back to the portal, and then we can decide if we want to come back or not. Seeing all this warped wood really does bring me back to Skyblock Kingdoms. It was a royal pain to work with, but I really did like my Nether Kingdom. There it is. Here we go. We are home free. We made it. That's a very close-up of my face. Daylight. We made it. Well, now we finally have some extra saddles, so we can throw one on our mule here. And you know what? He's actually decently fast. Obviously not as fast as our regular horse here, but still pretty good. Oh yeah, this guy's super fast. We'll just leave our other one in here. Now that we're back, we can actually do the whole reason that we made this episode, make a ender chest. I think I have some more obsidian. Yeah, I do. Blaze powder turns into an eye of ender, turns into an ender chest. There we go, portable storage. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and make a couple of them here. There we go, now we can just leave a few around. I'm thinking we might want one in here somewhere. Let's throw it right here. And then we definitely want one over at the blacksmith as well. It's a little cramped in here, but let's throw it in the corner there. And then our last one here will probably just be a traveling one that we'll bring around with us to the different workspaces that we're working in. So right now we got all our materials set up over here, so we'll leave one right here. And then of course our last one can just stay in our inventory. Alrighty, let's get back to our terraforming project here. You know what? Blocks. Blocks would help. Yoink. Alright, so from this point here, I want it to start kind of looping around and then going back. I'll see if I can kind of outline what I'm talking about here. I think we're pretty much going to be axing our idea for a plateau here. It just doesn't really work with the space that we have, or more so, the space that we've given ourselves. Maybe we'll try and make a shape like this work. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure here. What we may end up doing is tearing down part of this wall here and then trying to bring it straight across and then have it run back. Then that would kind of save the plateau idea here too, to give it a little bit more intrigue rather than just hill, cliff. I don't know. I think the best thing we can do is just start placing blocks and see what happens.
I couldn't quite decide what I wanted to do, so I ran a stream with you guys and we decided to peel back the mountain a little bit, and I think it turned out really well. Before it came out to here, so we peeled it back to here and just had it run back, and I think it flows a lot nicer with the landscape. We still have more terraforming work to do on this side, but we'll leave that for later. I'd like to move on to texturing this face right here. So I gathered a bunch of blocks that I think we'll need, and we're going to start with deep slate and tough. So we're going to replace some of these blocks here with just lines of tough. And then in some spots by the bottom, we'll add in a little bit of deep slate for some shadowing effect. I'm actually not a huge fan of the deep slate. I think we'll actually just stick with tough down here. And actually, I think cobblestone would work out better. Yeah, that's a much nicer gradient. A little bit of extra texture, but very similar to the color of the tough. And then we can have little streaks of cobble at the top here too. But we don't want to overdo it. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good there. So I'm going to kind of carry that around the area here, and we'll see how it turns out. Not bad, not bad. Now I'm going to do some larger deposits of andesite on these sides here. Kind of like that, and I'm going to spread a few of them around here. I'd say this is looking pretty good. The next thing I want to do is I want to add a little bit of texture to the steps here. And I think we're going to do that by sprinkling some stone bricks and polished andesite in here. It'll give it that look like it's been sculpted, but it's also part of the natural terrain. Now all we gotta do is lead the path over to the staircase, and our work is very nearly complete here. So truth be told, it's actually been about a week between my last scene and this scene that I'm recording right now. I had a little bit of a family emergency, so I do apologize for not having an episode out last week. But on stream, we did manage to get a bit more terraforming done, so that is good. If we get a little bit of height here, you can see that I've actually managed to connect the new terraforming back to the original mountain. And that is what we're going to look to do in all places leading up to the top of our new cliff here. Today, we're going to be transforming a new area into a lumber mill for all of our lumber-related needs. My vision is to have a sawmill right here with a water wheel and a more elevated area right over here for growing the trees. And then from that area, I want to have a little river coming down and into the lake here. And that's going to be basically how we get our logs down to our sawmill. Oh, hi friends. It's kind of funny that the first thing that we need to do in order to make a lumber mill is deforest an entire area. But sometimes that do be how it is. There we go, this should be more than enough space to start with. Now I'm thinking we probably want to outline this first. And I don't exactly know how big I want to make this, so we're just going to make it fairly big on the outline, and then as we're building it, if we feel like it needs to be bigger or smaller, we can adjust as needed. Nah, this seems too big. I have to rein it in a little bit with my builds here because I started out on a fairly small scale for a lot of my builds in the area, so I don't want to make something massive here and completely dwarf everything else. We will get to the massive builds, just not yet. This starter town is meant to be just that, a starter town. Alright, let's get a little bit of height here and see how this looks. Yeah, I think that's pretty good for scale. It's not going to be the only building in the area, that's why I don't want it to be too massive. This here's going to be the actual sawmill building, so I'm thinking off to the side here we're going to have a little bit of a house attached to it. Maybe something around this size. Just a little place for the workers to rest and everything, or for the person who runs the sawmill to live. And then off to the side here, this is where we're going to build our water wheel. Yeah, that's not a bad outline. I may end up moving the outline back a little bit, but we'll see. Anyways, what I'm outlining now is actually a small river, which is going to come down from the mountain here. And then it'll go through the water wheel here and meet up with the lake, maybe around here-ish. And there we go, yeah, so river coming down from the mountain, powering our water wheel, which is on the side of our sawmill, which has a little house attached to it. And then we'll do a bunch of terraforming in this area here to make it look really nice too. And as I mentioned, behind the sawmill here, we're going to have a area that's kind of elevated a little bit, where we're going to grow all our trees and whatnot. And I'm thinking we'll have a storage shed up there, which will basically be the storage for all of our wood, but we'll take care of that later. We kind of need to do the terraforming before we can start planning the buildings, you know, on top of the terraforming. Now, it's kind of ironic that we're building a lumber mill right now, because if we look at, here it is, if we look at our log chest, we're actually doing quite well in terms of wood.
which is good because that's going to be a main component in our build. But the other main component that we need, we're lacking a little bit. Cobblestone we're not doing too bad on, but we do need some more mossy, I think. I really shouldn't be struggling with stone. I mean, I built the quarry back in episode 2. I've had it almost since the beginning of this series. But as a child of Minecraft, I yearn for the mines. So it's time to go swing my pickaxe around and gather some stone and cobble and whatnot.
There we go, that should be more than enough for now. I also noticed that I have a whole bunch of andesite, granite, and diorite, so maybe we could find a way to work that into the build. We are back at the build site, and we have gathered a whole bunch of resources together to get us started. And I do mean started because I fully expect to have to gather more stuff. But let's start with the building process. So looking at this here, I don't want the building to be down at sea level. I want it to be raised up a little bit, maybe around that height. So let's pop up 3 blocks here, and I think it may actually be beneficial to push this entire building back maybe 5 blocks. So we'll start the entire thing right here. So let's go ahead and re-outline it at the new height. Perfect, now everything's at the same height. So I'm thinking the first thing that we're going to want to do is build the water wheel here. And I know that may seem a little strange to some of you, but I have a good reason for wanting to do this. So water wheels, like the windmill turbine over there, I am not great at. I have a rough idea of what I want to do, but I don't know how big it's actually going to end up being. And the last thing I want to do is make the entire building and then make the water wheel and then have everything totally out of proportion. Because I'm more than confident making the building, but not so much the water wheel. So I figure if we start with the hard part first, then we can scale everything else accordingly. Water wheels and windmill turbines. Those are the 2 builds in Minecraft that I do really struggle with, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Unfortunately, I did make one pretty major mistake with this, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to fix it. And I'm also going to drive you guys nuts with it, because I'm not going to tell you what the mistake is. I'm curious if anyone can figure it out and spot the fix during the episode. That is, if there even is a fix. I'm not sure if there is going to be one at this point. I hope there will be, but, well, only time will tell. Anyways, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a foundation to this building here. I know buildings can float in Minecraft, but, they really shouldn't. So I'm thinking a nice cobblestone foundation will be good. Nice and sturdy. And then we can mix in some tough and mossy cobblestone here just to give it a little bit of variety. I'm thinking we'll have a little bit more tough on this side here because it kind of looks like wet stone, which makes sense since there's going to be a river right here. There we go, base is in place. It is time for the fun part now. So we essentially have 2 different buildings here. We've got our house and we've got our sawmill. And I want to do a different thing with each of them. The sawmill here I want to have kind of open concept, so it's not exactly going to have walls, but we're going to have pillars and whatnot holding up a roof. And then the little hut on this side is going to be a full building. So now to figure out how to do all of that. So I know I'm going to need at least 4 pillars, 1 in each corner. Oh, I did not put this in the center. 10, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14. Seriously, 1 block off? Alright, fine, let's fix it. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're just gonna pretend I didn't mess that up. I mean, mess what up? It was always perfect. And anyone who says otherwise is a liar. Okay, so we got our 4 pillars on the corners, and then we're gonna have a larger pillar in the center because we have to have something to hold up our water wheel. Now to figure out the design for this. I was thinking of making them out of stone, but it may make more sense to make them out of wood, because I want more of a contrast between the pillars and the base of the building here. Alright, so I've thought about it a little bit, and I might be able to do kind of a middle ground between stone and wood. So the actual beam we'll do out of dark oak, Don't exactly know how high it needs to be yet. And then I'm thinking around the base we do something with granite, because that is a color that kind of contrasts what we have going with the cobblestone. I'm not completely sold on this design, but it's a place to start. Let's try getting some variety in here. You know what? Maybe it's the dark oak that's throwing me off. Let's try something new. Do I have any acacia in here? I've got a little bit. I might know where there's a bit more. I'm pretty sure I collected some with the intention of using it on the stable, but never did. Aha, here we go. I've actually got a lot of good resources in here that I completely forgot about. At some point, we're going to have to round up all these stray chests. So I kind of did dumb and muted my microphone and forgot to unmute it. So the next few clips, they had no audio, so I'm just going to kind of narrate what I was going for in them. Anyways, since I was over here already, I figured I'd go back to the stable and I'd pick up my new horse that I actually bred a few days ago. Looking at the stats of my old horse versus the stats of the new horse that I bred here, it's just better in every way, shape, and form. So I went ahead and tamed it as well as saddled it up, and this is going to be the horse that I use for the foreseeable future anyways. And as you guys know, I do read all of the comments and I try to respond to as many as I can. And a few episodes ago, I asked you guys to leave comments for horse names, and I chose one comment here, and the commenter said that I should name this horse Shadow, so that's what we're going to do here. And since we're going to be trying to breed an even better horse in the future here, please do leave more horse names in the comments, and we'll just keep adding them to the list and moving through them. Anyways, moving back over towards the build, I decided to replace the pillars with unstripped acacia wood because I really like the gray look of the wood, and it meshes really well with the stone. And the dark oak on the bottom I decided to replace with stripped acacia wood because it meshes really well with the granite. And the end result was just a really nice pillar that I liked 10 times better than the old one. So naturally, it was time to make a whole bunch of them. Alright, we're all caught up on our audio fiasco. We are now real time. And I did also go ahead and replace some of the acacia below with just the foundation. I think it looks better and it's not an overwhelming amount of orange anymore. I do think it needs a border of some sort with the acacia logs, but I haven't quite decided what yet, so we're gonna leave it. Alright, let's go ahead and make our lives a little bit easier by throwing down a floor next. I want to do something really simple for the floor, but it'll add a nice little bit of texture as well. I'm just going to sprinkle some andesite around here, and then fill the rest in with stone. And there we go, we got a nice weathered stone floor. The next thing we want to work on is putting a... I kid you not, I've fallen in that hole like a dozen times today. Are we going to do anything about it? No, I'll just keep complaining about it. Anyways, the next thing I want to do is work on some cross beams up here before we put a roof on. I'm just trying to decide what block to use. Something gray, maybe? I just want to compare a few things to see what the best thing to use is. Alright, I'm thinking the tuff is probably the nicest block to use, because we need something with stair and slab variant, and something that's relatively close to the acacia. We'll make some of that, and some of that. Now, let's play around with it a little bit. There we go. It's quite simple for now, but we're going to add more detail once we have the roof on. Speaking of which, that is the next step here. Alrighty, this build is starting to come together. The inside of the roof here still needs some work. It's very exposed and a little ugly here, but I want to finish the exterior first. Then we'll move on to the interior. So I think the next thing we need to do is build up our little hut here, which I don't particularly have a plan for, so we're winging that too. I'm thinking that the first thing I'm going to do is work on the roof here, which I don't think we're going to do anything particularly fancy with. We're just going to do kind of a lean-to style roof. And let's see if I guessed right the first time where it needs to go. And not really. Actually, maybe it'll work out. Let's do a little flat spot here. And then I'm thinking we knock out this corner piece here and we just carry this over.
Alright, got the base roof up, so now it's time to work on the walls, and I want to put them in one block like this and knock out the corners of these pillars. And we'll just do the entire thing in stone brick for now, and we will detail it after we have the base shapes and colors down. Alrighty, walls are down. I'm not totally happy with the roof. I don't like the stone brick up there, but the problem is if I change that to something else, then you can see it one block on this side, and if you look at where the roof cuts off there and where it starts over here, it doesn't exactly line up. Although I suppose I could run some dark oak across. Let's play with that idea real quick here. Alright, let's see how that looks. It's a little odd, but I think I can live with it, honestly. And honestly, depending on the detailing, I might be able to learn to live with that. I actually have an idea that I want to try out here. Let's see if it'll make the roof look a little more in place. Yeah, I think the stone brick still looks a little out of place, but I do like that tuft there. Yeah, from this angle, this looks a lot better. But you see what I mean? It looks dumb from this angle. Basically, I've just got to choose either spruce or stone brick and stick to it. In the end, I decided to go with the spruce because from the sides it does look much better. From the inside it is a little bit wonky, but I can live with that. We'll see it from the outside much more often than the inside, so, you know. Anyways, let's toss a floor in the building here, and boom, this building is done for now. Actually, I do want to throw a basic door on here first. There we go, that'll suffice for now. Here's an overview of the sawmill as it stands right now, but I want to add in the main feature. What I'd like to do is have a vertical saw right here in the center that we can run logs across to kind of saw them in half. And then after that, I want it to have a little ramp here so that we can throw the logs down into the lake and maneuver them around to our city as we need to. It'll look a little bit like a boat launch, but for logs. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna knock out this block here because that's kind of where our axis for the water wheel is. That's what's gonna power our saw. So let's just bring this right over to the middle to start. Now down the center here, we're going to make a log channel, which we will slide the logs down in order to saw them in half. Now in the center here, this is where the saw is going to be. Now I don't exactly know how tall I want this thing to be. Maybe we'll just go up to here. Yeah, that looks like a decent height. We'll knock this back one, and I'm going to make my saw blade out of lightning rods. I was originally going to use chains, but I thought of a better use for them. You know what? I've actually just thought of another fun idea. We might move this saw blade forward a bit. Alright, I got myself some more blocks. We got ourselves some copper stuff. Basically what my original idea was is I want to have a pulley system here that kind of goes around like this, which is going to be hooked up to the top and the bottom of our saw blade, which is essentially going to move it up and down to cut the log. But with how fast the water wheel would be going just from the stream coming down here, it's not going to be super fast. So what I was thinking is if we set up some gears here, a big one right here like this, and a smaller one here like this, then we'll gain a little bit of rotational speed by having the two gears here, and then we can just have the saw blade hooked up over here instead. So we'll move our saw blade over here, and now we can set up our pulley. Okay, little logic issue. We gotta move this gear to the top here. If we have our pulley system all the way down here going all the way up to there, this is a huge rotation for this saw blade. So if we have it higher up, it'll actually work better, I think. Or at least logically. I know practically it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not gonna move at all. But, I mean, we may as well commit to the bit. There we go. I know I've probably made a bunch of logic errors here, but, I mean, I think I've done pretty well. I mean, I've definitely put more thought into it than I need to. Alrighty, there we go. We have our water wheel turning from the river here, which will turn these gears, which will speed the process up. And then this here will rotate the entire pulley system, which will in turn move the saw up and down and up and down. So we're gonna have to move this too because it'll rotate in this general area right here. Oh, hi, bear. Yeah? Come say hi to people? Bear says hi. Okay, lastly, we want a little ramp going down like so, straight down into the water, just kind of like this. So basically, log gets loaded in here, and it goes down this runway, and it hits the saw blade, which will get cut in half, essentially, because of our system that we got going here. Then it'll continue to get pushed through here, and then it'll go down this little slide here, and into the lake. And then we can move it to, well, wherever we want. Alright, so for the most part, our sawmill is complete, but our water wheel still does not work. Right now it's more of a land wheel, so we gotta get the whole water feature going. Which means it is time to terraform. Ooh, I used a lot more stone than I thought I did. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough, is it? Alright, I didn't want to have to do this, but I also don't want to go mining again, so I've got a bunch of stone here. There we go. I was going to reserve that for working on this area, but I can always go mining off camera or on stream or something like that to get that all, well, recollected, I guess. For now, I got a job to do. And the first thing I've got to do in order to do that job is get rid of the rest of these trees here. Alrighty, we've cleared out all the trees and we now have a second line going here. So the cobblestone line, as you know, is where our river is going to run. This stone line here is where our cliff face is going to run, because it wouldn't be a Kingelffe build without a mountain or a cliff. And then on either side of the stone line here, we're going to transition into more of a hill so that we can walk up the sides. But right here where the two lines merge, we're going to have a waterfall. And we all remember how joyous water is to work with. So this should be fun. Alright, first try, let's see how this goes. You know, it's not as horrible as I thought it would be. I do want to block off the water that's flowing this way though. I want it to come more this way. So let's throw a block here, and a block here, and we will give this another shot. And release the dam. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's try something fancy here. Let's try splitting the stream a little bit. It's just gonna be a little bit of a mess while we place these blocks here. But when we re-release the water here, okay, now we're starting to get something pretty cool. All right, let's release the dam one more time, and hopefully we'll have our finalized waterfall. Yep, I'd say that's looking pretty cool. Now we got a lot more work to do, so let's start placing the blocks. Alrighty, we got a start to our cliff going here, and I did make a staircase going upwards as well, so this will go up to where we will chop all of our trees. We're going to expand the flat area over that way too, so that we can grow some too tall trees and just a whole bunch of stuff up here, but first we're going to focus on this side. Because right now our river is literally just a water source at the top of this cliff. We've got to extend it across this cobblestone line. We also have to have it go under the water wheel and out into the lake. So just because it's a little easier, let's start down here. First I want to lay out the path that I want the river to take. So after the water wheel here, I'm thinking I'm going to have it turn, and it's going to come out this way towards the lake. And it'll wrap over here as well. And then I'm thinking that over here, we're just going to block off this little weird water piece here. That way we can run this piece of land out and over this way and do something along those lines. And then on this side, let's get rid of all the cobblestone first. And then we'll dig this down a little bit. And there we go. We have the path that our river is going to travel on the bottom side here. We definitely do not have enough dirt to do all this, but we're going to get started.
Alrighty, I fixed up the terrain here, and I've gone ahead and done the bottom section of the river as well. We just gotta add a little bit of seagrass in here so that it doesn't look as, you know, bland. And I think we're looking pretty good on the bottom side here. There we go, much better. Now it's time for the part that I've kind of been dreading. It's a lot easier to make something out of something than it is to make something out of, well, nothing. But we now have to run this river across the cobblestone line all the way to the mountainside there. And I am once again running low on resources, so I guess we'll see how far this stuff gets us. Might end up in the mines again, but we will see. Anyways, river time. Well, I'm officially out of dirt and stone, but we managed to make quite a bit of progress over here. We now have our full river coming from a source in the mountain here, coming all the way down to the waterfall and going out to the lake. You'll notice here that I have some blue stained glass to hold back the water. It's just because with source blocks it creates this weird ugly square shape if you don't do this. So it's a good way to shape the river the way that you want to. From close up you can kind of tell, but when you look at it from a distance it looks pretty good. What doesn't look so good though is that right there. I gotta get myself some more dirt and stone before I can move forward. To the mines. Alrighty, we got a bunch more resources together, so it's time to do one final terraforming push. Let's do it. Or not. I actually ended up getting super busy, so we just kind of did enough to, make a thumbnail. But thankfully, that is what we have streams for. In streams over the next week or so, we will connect up the path from over there to our new lumber mill. We'll finish the upper area here where we're going to be growing the trees, and we'll do the rest of the terraforming on this side here. We'll be entering the end game at long last. This means that flight, portable storage, and unlimited XP are finally within our reach. Welcome back to the Forever World, everyone. Let's gear up for a fight. This entire area here is going to be getting a massive overhaul today. In anticipation for this project, I've been collecting resources for a few days, and it may look like I have a lot of stone here, but I'm probably going to need more. And I'm definitely going to need more dirt, but we'll collect a lot of those resources off camera and on stream during the course of this video. But let's climb up to the top of our nether portal here and talk about what we've got to do during this video, because I got big plans. So here we are at the top of the nether portal, and it is very unfinished. The plan for today is to connect this back to the original mountain behind us here, and also to expand the other side there where the windmill is across to the mountain as well. On both sides, this side and that side, we're going to add more farms, including our melon, pumpkin, and sugarcane farms. And we're going to build them into plateaus like I kind of have going up here. This will be one of the farms. This cliff face is going to go back to the mountain there, and we're going to start another one over there that's going to run back around that house there. There's going to be a bit of a gap between this cliff face and the cliff face that we're building over there, and that's going to make a valley going down the center here. Then we're going to run a bridge from this cliff to that cliff, and we're going to run a waterfall down the center. Where that waterfall is going to go, I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Now, let's see if we can't outline what we just talked about there. Alright, it's a rough outline, but I've got something down now. So this center area right here is where the waterfall is going to come down, and it's going to go down the center here, right where we have this stone pillar marked. And then on this side, it's going to be a lot more than just this line that we've marked, but this is where the main cliff face is going to be, and it's going to run along this way and loop around over here behind the windmill. Now, obviously we're limited in the amount of stone that we have since, I don't have a beacon or anything like that, so we don't want to have to do more terraforming than we need to. So I think the first thing we're going to do is expand this dirt area behind the windmill here out to the line. And that'll give us our first area to make a new farm as well. Now, I ran a stream recently where we gathered some more stone here, and we gathered a whole bunch of dirt as well, so we are well equipped for this. So with this being our highest point here, let's bring it back to the line. Alrighty, we're starting to make some progress on our terraforming here. Burning child. Everything's fine. Anyways, we got this big flat area up here behind the windmill now, and I'm thinking we'll put either the pumpkin or the melon patch back here. I'm leaning towards the melon patch.
So while I think about how I want to do the crop and we wait for the grass to spread, I'm actually going to place some more dirt on the backside here. I want to try and cover up this river here. This episode's going to have a lot of terraforming in it, so I hope you guys are buckled in for that, because we're going to start raising up the terrain a little bit, and we're going to connect it up with that hill over there. My spidey senses are telling me I did not get enough dirt, because yeah, we're basically through the first chest already. Anyways, we know that we're going to have the cliff coming along this way, and it's going to come up to this point here, and probably carry on back to the hill over there. So from about this point here, we're going to start raising the terrain up by a block. And then around here, let's start planning out how much we want the terrain to elevate on its way back to the hill across the river here. Now, this is just a preliminary plan. We can always change it as we go if we decide that we want more of a slope or less of a slope or anything in between, really. And here we are, all connected up. So it looks something kind of like that. I actually think over here I want it to start getting a little bit steeper so that it hits higher up the hill here. Something more like that. I think that looks a bit better. And now we got to figure out how to handle this side here. First things first, I think we got to lose all these trees here. There we go, that should work a little better. Now we're going to choose a point a little bit lower than here, so maybe 1, 2, 3 layers down, so about here. And we're going to expand this out to hit this hill over here. And there we go. Actually, I think this middle part here needs to be pushed back a little bit. So instead of going like that, I think it should come more in like this. There we go. I think this works a little bit better. And let's see how it looks from the front. And not terrible. I think it needs more of a curve though. Actually, you know what? I think that's the point that's messing me up here. Let's make this more flat. There we go. That's looking a bit better, I think. We'll probably alter it as we go, but it's a good place to start. Okay, so the plan is that we build this terrain up to this point, and then we start converging this terrain in on that up there, while also connecting this side part up to our flat area where the melon field's gonna be. All right, we got a lot of dirt to place, so terraforming time-lapse number 2. Let's go. Now that was a lot of dirt, but a piece of terraforming that we've had hanging over our heads since episode 3 is now complete. Or complete-ish. I've got most of this side finished all the way up to that point right there. So up here, I haven't connected this to anything yet because I think the best course of action is to do the cliff face first and then return to this side to connect everything up. But we're going to take a little break from terraforming for now because, well, I'm out of dirt again. And I do want to do something else, so we're going to start working on the melon field over here. And keeping in the theme of our crops that we already have, we are going to need some cobblestone. Thank God I actually had some. I figured there was a 50-50 chance, and it would have been real awkward if I was wrong. Alright, back up here on top of the hill, we're just gonna outline how we want our melon patch to go. And yes, I am fully aware that I keep saying melon patch, field, and crop interchangeably. There we go, I think this is a pretty good shape for the field. Now we just gotta go around and make it look, you know, more interesting than just a cobblestone wall. There we go, this is looking pretty good, I think. So I'm not planning on doing rows of melons like you normally would in a farm like this. What I'm planning on doing is taking a more decorative approach. So I want to plot out a small path going through the field here. I am aware that this does cut down on the space that I have to actually grow the crops, but that's not a big deal to me. Okay, now that I've got the path going through here, it's time to kind of strategically plan out where we're going to put our melon seeds. And for the time being, I'm just going to mark out where I want the seeds with some coarse dirt. Now, I am fully aware that the way that I'm laying this out is not in any way efficient. But once again, we're going for more of the decorative look, so it'll work out in the end.
There we go. I've plotted out where I want all of my melon stalks to go. So I have actually gone and grabbed all of my melon slices, so we'll convert those into seeds now. And we'll go around and plant one in each of these spots here. Alright, I didn't have enough watermelon seeds to cover all of these spots, but you may notice that I haven't done any water anywhere here. And because of that, these are gonna grow incredibly slowly or not at all. And that's why I've brought this with me. Hydration actually only plays a part in growing the stalks here. Once they're grown, they, well, Exhibit A, they will grow melons regardless of if they are hydrated or not. So that means that we don't have to waste the space in the crop on water, especially since we only need the stalk to grow once. It's not like we're making a wheat field or anything like that where we're constantly harvesting and regrowing it. So I'm gonna get melons in all of these spots and we will go from there. We got melons, and as you can see, they are all growing nicely without any hydration, so we're well on our way here. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to start swapping out some of the dirt for coarse dirt here. Actually, I'm just going to swap it all out for coarse dirt. And now we have a cool looking melon field that absolutely no melons will grow in, because melons actually can't grow on coarse dirt. It has to be regular dirt or podzol or grass or something of the sort. So around the stalks, we're just going to go ahead and slap it with the hoe in places that we want the melons to grow. So for example, right here, I don't really want a melon to grow here because it's right next to the path, so I'm going to leave that as coarse dirt. But in areas that we do want melons to grow, we will just slap it with the hoe and we will, well, we'll wait. Now this is definitely a waste of coarse dirt, but I just wanted to show you guys how this worked. So I'm not going to do it again with the pumpkin patch because it's the same mechanics. And now I'll cry over the fact that I used all of my gravel for this demonstration. Then we'll throw a little bit more green in here to spice things up a little bit. And I think this is looking pretty good. Now there's obviously still some more work that I can do. Maybe put a little bit of tall grass in there or some lanterns if, you know, I can figure out where I put all my lanterns. But I want to move on to working on a little house over here. I'm thinking maybe around here somewhere, nothing massive. Maybe, yeah, that seems about good. Then like that, and then maybe bump forward one for a little entryway, and then bring it back like this. Yeah, that's nice and small. Doesn't take up a lot of space, but also gives us a little something up here. All right, let's figure out the rest then. There we go, we got a nice little worker hut here. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and run the path over to it. Then we'll also run the path this way here to meet up with the other entrance to the farm and link it up to the windmill. And then we can run the path from this area, whatever we want to call it here. Mountain staircase? Cliff staircase? I still don't really know what to call it, and I'm not super happy with it yet either. Maybe we'll play around with it later today, but we got to run that over to the path here too to connect everything up. And there we go. We're pretty well done with this area here, I think. We still got to do a run with coarse dirt, but like I mentioned earlier, I kind of wasted it all on the melon patch. Time to move on to the next part of the terraforming, which is the cliff here. This is probably the part I'm most excited for, but also the most afraid of. I have a very specific vision of how I want this area to look, and I'm hoping that I can make it actually work. As I mentioned before, this is going to be a pretty time-lapse heavy episode, but once we move on to working on the valley here, we will actually be doing stuff real time. So let's get this time-lapse here out of the way. And yeah, this is going to be a big one here, so let's do it.
You have no idea how many hours worth of block placing this was. But I got all of the cliff faces up and it is looking pretty good so far. But there is one thing that I forgot to do basically the entire time. Can you guess what that something is? Let's take a closer look. How about now? Can you guess what it is? It is a little bit dark and dangerous up here. Or I guess down here. And anyone who's been around for a while knows that a staple of the Kingelffe channel is the Mad Torch Dash, because I am infamous for never lighting up my terraforms or my builds or anything really. I will say the fact that I do this all the time makes it so that I'm really good at the Mad Torch Dash. I very rarely ever died from doing this. There we go, I think I've gotten most of this side. Now it's time to see the damage on the other side. But first, let's just check out how cool this looks from the underside. That is a huge terraform. And we've still got more to do. Maybe not today, but more to do. You know what? I don't even think there's a way into this side. Oh, wait a minute. No, up here, there's a way in. Okay, it's not quite as scary under here. We've got part of the village which had a bunch of lights in it. There we go, we've lit up most of it. Alrighty, I think the next thing we gotta do is fix up this ravine and the mountain behind us, because it's looking a little ugly, and it's not gonna work super well for a waterfall either. First things first though, this house has got to go. There we go, much better without the house already. Now you can kind of see how we have the terrain going from down at that point right there all the way up to this point. We've got kind of a U shape in the center, following all the way up to this point right here, and we want to continue that all the way back to the mountain, just going layer by layer here. It probably still needs a little bit of work, but let's fill it in and see how it looks. Alright, we have our valley here complete. Or at least until we start on the river, that is. But before we nail down the river, I want to get the waterfall in place, which I'm now realizing is going to be a task all on its own. This mountain is not exactly built for a waterfall, so we're going to have to do some massive renovations. And unfortunately, our resource stocks are dwindling on both the stone and the dirt front. But maybe once we start tearing up this mountain, we'll have a bit more at our disposal. Alright, so standing at the top of the mountain here, we have a few challenges we gotta overcome. The first of which being, this is pretty split level all the way down. We got a plateau here, then we got another one here, then we got another one there, and then we head down towards the bottom where our river will be. So I'm not exactly sure what the smartest decision is here, but we're just gonna start doing something and, well, it's gonna have to work. And what I'm thinking we're gonna do is we're gonna rip out some of these plateaus, try and give a more defined route for our waterfall. There we go, that's a little bit of an easier face to work with. Really? Oh, okay, you think so too? Okay, I'll let them know. Guess what? Bear says hi. He also says subscribe. I know, he's such a demanding cat. Anyways, what I was going to say before we were so rudely interrupted by Bear is we're going to start laying out the waterfall now, and I don't want it to just be a flat waterfall coming straight down. I want to give it some, I don't know what the right word is, shape? Intrigue, unboringness, I don't know. Whatever the word is, the waterfall is going to be starting up there, and I figure if we build it between there and this point here, we'll have a pretty cool waterfall. But now it's time for the really hard part. This is a much bigger waterfall than I'm used to dealing with, and I do not know how this is going to turn out. I can only assume that my first attempt is going to be a spectacular failure, but we will see. Have a shape something kind of like this, I guess? We'll start with this. I don't know how it'll end up. Actually, what I wouldn't mind doing is maybe around this point right here. Let's build out a little bit. So the waterfall will come down to here. Then we'll have a little pool. Then maybe we bump this out a little bit further and we basically do the same thing. Now let's wing it out on the side here a little bit too. This is going to be kind of the wall of the waterfall. And we'll just build it up as a straight wall for now and we'll see how it looks. Now I know I'm gonna have to make a lot of alterations to this, but this is just the first step. Or at least it's what I'm assuming the first step is. Like I said, I've never done a waterfall of this size before. Actually, on second thought, let's tear this wall down. I have a different idea. Alright, so looking at it from the front, we just have the waterfall basically coming down the center here. And if we wing it out from the center like we were trying to do there with the wall It's just going to be a waterfall in the dead center of this ravine, which might look a little weird. We don't want it in the center, so we're going to build up to where this little pool is going to be, and let's just give it a little outline here. There we go, that's pretty good. Now let's kill this here. All right, now looking at it from the bottom, we have a few different things that we can do with our waterfall, and I think that I want to have a piece coming down from here, and maybe another one coming down from there and kind of converging around here somewhere. So let's play around with that idea a little bit. Alrighty, so this is kind of the path that I want the water to take going down to the bottom here. I've also built up a little bit of a wall here to hold it back, because we're just going to drop some water in there and see what happens. Now, if you'll remember last episode, I told you working with water sucks, and sometimes you just have to jump straight in. Right, it didn't even spread everywhere I want it to. Alright, change of plan. We gotta build up this area up here and fill it with water first, and then we can release the dam to actually get an accurate idea of what this is gonna look like. There we go, we got a little lake up here. And now let's see what happens if we just release the dam in the area that we want the waterfall to be. Okay, cool, it does follow the path that we want it to. Well, we always knew it was going to be a mess because I didn't put up any sort of guardrails or anything, but this is a good start. Now let's see if we can't refine this a little bit. Alright, this is take 2 right here, and I've basically just put up some big bricks on either side to block off the water flow. We are going to make that look much better if this works. Don't worry, this is simply for testing. But let's release the dam and see how it works this time. You know what? That's actually looking pretty cool. It's by no means perfect, but we're getting there. Alrighty, after a whole bunch of finagling with this thing, I think I finally have something that I'm happy with. Or at least stage 1 of the waterfall, that is. Stage 2 is we want it coming out of multiple points from the pond, so we're also going to have a waterfall coming out from there. There's a zombie under here somewhere, and I really don't want to go find him right now. So I think this one here is going to be a bit more steep. We're going to start about here, and we're just going to go up a whole bunch. Alright, it's simple, but I want to see how it works. And in all honesty, the answer might just be it doesn't work, but there's only one way to find out. So release the dam. You know, that actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. Just needs a little bit of help here, but I'm actually pretty happy with that. Now we have this big gap in the middle of the falls here, so we're gonna start patching that up now. So I may have accidentally knocked out a couple extra blocks, and I actually think I like what it did to the waterfall. So we're going to add a little bit more texture to this rock going up in the center here, but for now I think I'm happy with it. We're gonna add some walls and some different blocks and whatnot in there to, you know, smooth it out a little bit. But for now, we're looking for basic shapes. So I think we're good on the bottom part of the waterfall for now. Let's move on to the top side. And yes, I do promise we're going to move on to something, that's a wall. Something other than terraforming soon. Alrighty, so looking at things from the top side here, we've got our waterfall going from our midpoint to the bottom where the river's going to go down to the lake over there. But we haven't taken care of this part of the waterfall yet, which is going to go to a big lake at the top, which we will make at a later date. That'd be too much terraforming for today. And I do quite literally mean today. It is now Saturday and this is supposed to be a Sunday upload, so we gotta get motoring. So I think the most visually appealing thing to do with the waterfall here is to have it come from this corner here. So the waterfall will come down from over here through the corner and then come down into these two falls here. Alrighty, let's try this out and see what happens. We'll make ourselves a little pond up here and release the dam. Alright, let's see what the damage is. Well, it definitely fanned out a lot more than I expected. Let's try stepping back and taking a look at this. I don't know. How about from down here? Nah, that just looks kind of wonky, doesn't it? I think it's too far over this way. I think I need to center it more, but still have it off to the side. And the top base needs to be larger. Alright, take 2, let's see how this goes. Well, it's definitely wider. Let's see how it looks from down here. You know what, that is looking a lot better. Not that I can't do with some improvements, but it's a good start. Now I do want to replace a lot of this dirt here with stone, but I'm thinking that's a not right now task. The first thing I want to do is actually down here. Oh, I just barely made that jump. I think it's time to fill in this hole and the one on the other side there. Make this into a full cliff again.
There we go. This is looking pretty sweet, I think. I want to round out this corner a little bit more. It's looking a bit square, but overall, I'm pretty happy with this area. I think if I bring this out to like here or something like that and I start rounding it off, it'll look a lot nicer in this corner, but I'm going to do that a bit later. Right now, I want to turn my attention to this 1x2 pillar that we made earlier on, and that right there is going to be the center point for our bridge. And that's going to cross the gap between there and allow us to get between our melon farm over there and our pumpkin farm over there. But anyways, let's grab the materials we need for this bridge. Alrighty, I got a bunch of stone stuff together, and I managed to scrounge up the last of the stone that I have in this world. We're gonna have to hit the mines again, but not right now. Let's grab a little bit of everything here, and we'll bring our stone cutter with us too, and we'll plop it down right here where our bridge is going to be. So I'm thinking we get some deep slate tile here, and I want the bridge to be 5x5, so right here. That's going to be the outline for our bridge, so we may as well run this straight across. There we go. Now, I want to make sure that this here is still the middle point for our bridge, because we have adjusted the cliffs a little bit since we marked this. It's pretty close to the middle, so we'll keep that. Now, let's go out 3 blocks from either side, maybe. Actually, 5. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Those are going to be our pillars to hold up our bridge here. And actually, let's shrink this a little bit. That way these beams are only as big as the bridge, so it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. I decided that I wanted to get some cobblestone, so I came over to the house, and I'm heading back, and the waterfall looks really cool from this angle. It's kind of a shame that it's going to be partially covered by the bridge when we're all said and done. Maybe it's not too late to pivot and change the bridge a little bit. The way I have it set up here, a good portion of the waterfall is going to be blocked. Maybe if we change out these pillars a little bit, we can prevent that. I may have an idea. Bear with me here. Let's just go ahead by starting with a surface for the bridge. I want to give it kind of a ruined, stony look. There we go. We got a surface to walk across now, so let's turn our attention to the bottom of the bridge. So I'm thinking that we're going to grab a few tough stairs here, and maybe some slabs, and we're going to do a nice little design on the bottom of the bridge here. Nothing complicated, just something simple. Man, you know, I've had this stone bridge idea for here since basically the beginning of the series, but I gotta admit, I'm not loving it here. You know what? We're gonna do a complete 180 here. We are gonna rip it all out and start again. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the creative side of YouTube that you rarely see in Minecraft videos. It's not uncommon to hate what you build the first time and completely rip it out. Everyone does it. Even if you don't see it in the videos, they do it in a creative world when they're testing out their builds for Lightmatica or whatever. Or if they're freestyling like me, then they just don't include those parts in the video. But I think it's an important part to include in the video because it just shows that even though I can build, I don't always get it right on the first try. There we go. We got a clean slate and a whole bunch of blocks on the ground. Alright, so I've gathered my new materials here, and the idea that I came up with as opposed to the stone bridge is we're going to do a rope bridge. For anyone who watched my Skyblock Kingdom Season 1 series, we're going to do something similar to what I had between my Nether islands. So I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to build up from here, and we know this is the terrain level there, so we want to go down a few layers, figure out how much of a sag we want to our bridge. I'm thinking we start with 3 blocks like this, and we just build it out and see how we like that shape first. Alright, let's see how this is. You know what? That's not half bad. Let's get some different angles. That may help us decide. Looks pretty good from over here, and from over here, and from up here. I think we're good to expand it. And then I'm thinking if we add in bits like this, it'll make it look like the bridge has more of a curve to it. Then we grab ourselves some of these here, and we start replacing random slabs with them. There we go, that adds a good amount of jank to the bridge. And now we gotta do the rope part of the rope bridge, so that's gonna be done with oak fences. First we'll just run fences like this. There we go, there's our base rope in, and now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna drop random ropes down like this. And once again, once we find them, we can always hang lanterns off of these too. And just like that, we have a rope bridge. It's simple, yes, but the most important thing here is it's low profile, so it doesn't cover up all the terraforming we've done. And it still gets us from point A to point B very nicely. But point A and point B are both empty still, so let's address that. You know what? change of plans again. We're gonna leave that side of the bridge for now. We're gonna mostly focus over here. And I'm thinking right about here, in the area that we worked on closer to the beginning of the episode, is a good spot to put our pumpkin patch. Something like a so. Now we just gotta do our thing again to make it look good. Next are the paths, and then the pumpkins, which I have to force grow, the coarse dirt, and of course the regular dirt, and finally the leaves. And boom, pumpkin patch. Nice and easy. Alright, we have our melon farm here, and down here we have our pumpkin farm. What I'm thinking we're going to do is the in-between area here. I'm going to fill up with some sugarcane. It's not going to be like jam-packed or anything like that, but we're going to essentially decorate with sugarcane, and that'll be our farm for now. Because we really don't need a lot of it until we start using rockets, but we do have one small problem. I have no sugarcane at all, so we're gonna head west and hope that we can find some in the vicinity of where my horse can travel. Aha! Yoink, 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 and yoink. I'd say we found a good amount. Let's head home. Alrighty, we're back on the home front, so let's decide a few spots to put our sugarcane. So now the $1,000,000 question, if I waterlog this mangrove root, is it gonna leak down or is it just gonna stay there? Because it'd be nice if it just stayed there. It would save me a lot of work. And moment of truth, we appear to be good. There we go, waterlogged all the roots and I placed down some sugarcane, so we still have 48 left to go. So let's see if we can't place that around here. Alrighty, that's all the sugarcane that I have for now, and in between the sugarcane, in the little spaces, we're going to place some bamboo stalks as well. Diversifies our farm a little bit, and it looks cool with the sugarcane as well. I'm also going to spread a few of these in the field as well, just to add a splash of color. There we go, not bad at all. I'm going to let that keep growing because I'd like to expand it this way a little bit further before the end of the episode, but sugarcane is one of the slowest growing crops in the game, so we'll see how far we get. It's time to turn our attention to our final task of the day, and that is making sure this waterfall actually goes somewhere. Looks great if you look at it like this, but when you tilt down a little bit, it flows into a stone mess. So we're actually going to turn this here into a riverbed running down the ravine here, or valley, whatever you want to call it, and then flowing out into the lake over here. So for the final time today, it's time for another time lapse. You know, making a river seems easy until you actually try to do it. It takes a lot longer than you'd think. But yeah, off camera I decided to add a few more details. I added some flowers up there, some sugarcane along the river, as well as some seagrass in the river. I also took care of the coarse dirt along the shoreline here so that we have a good transition between the water and the landscape. But yeah, this is looking pretty sweet. And there are still more details that I'd like to add around the river here. Today, we're finally going to be building our villager trading hall atop these new cliffs. That's right, we're finally going to have mending in this world. I'll also be continuing the terraforming in this area, that way we can finally finish this section of the town. But, of course, in order to terraform, I first need a whole whack of blocks. Which is why the last few days I've been hard at work collecting dirt, which is why we now have 3 double chests worth of dirt. Which may sound like a lot until you realize we used like 5 or 6 double chests last episode. So we will see how far that actually goes. Also, side note for anyone who's curious, our house hippo from the first episode is still here. And yes, he is still on half a heart. Yep, we definitely need to get this show on the road. It is getting stupidly expensive to repair this shovel. To the mob farm I go. There we go. Hopefully before this becomes an issue again, we will have mending. Alright, let's get down to business here. Before we can think about building atop this cliff, we gotta close up this hole right here. What I'm hoping to do over the course of this episode here is A, close up this gap like I mentioned before. B, I want to expand the terraforming this way so that I have more space to build up on this plateau. And C, up here I want to turn this area, maybe around that house right there, into another small lake. And I want this lake that'll end up here to feed into this one here with another smaller waterfall. And I think that'll really help with the composition on this side from down here, because right now this is looking kind of blank. So with a building here and another smaller waterfall right here, plus a complete terraform, I think that'll really finish up the area. So let's get to outlining a few things up here. That way we have an idea of what we're building. Alright, I've just dotted out a few basic paths here, but this is essentially how we're going to terraform this. We're going to extend this layer here a little bit out this way, and we're going to connect it up with that line over there. And then we're going to slowly and gradually bring it back to the mountain over there. Over by the house, as I mentioned, we've outlined where we're going to have our new lake, so that's the plateau it's going to sit on. And we're going to extend this cliff over to about this point here, slowly bringing it down on a diagonal. That way we can mesh it with the terrain. I don't think I explained that last one very well, so I'm just going to have to do it and show you what I mean. So let's get block placing. There we go, we got lots of space to build our villager trading hall now. We finished up all the terraforming on this side, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. We may need to place a few blocks here and there to smooth things out, but overall, it's looking pretty good. This area over here, plus the lake that we were planning up here, still needs to be done, but we will move on to that later. I want to move on to some building. Now for the million-dollar question, how do I want to do this trading hall? Because I've got a few ideas for how we could do things. I'm just not settled on one yet. The one thing that I do know is this trading hall can only be 1 story tall. And to explain why, I've got to back up here first. Alright, here we go. So we've got an overview of the area over here. If we were to make a 2-story tall trading hall, it would be very tall, and that would throw the entire waterfall and cliff out of scale. With this trading hall, we're going to be kind of walking the line in terms of underscaling or overscaling the entire area, so we've got to get it just right, meaning not too big and not too small. Alright, so part of the way that we can counteract the scaling issue is by building this thing further back. I'm just going to throw a few posts down here to mark out a little square, and I'm just going to build this up quite a few blocks, and we're going to take a look at it from down below and see what it looks like. Because we also don't want to build it too far back or we just won't see it. Yeah, see, there we can barely see the top of that pillar, and I made it pretty tall, so we might want to bring it forward a little bit. There we go. From this angle, that looks a lot better, but we want to look at it from a few different angles to make sure that the scale works everywhere. And this is part of what I was afraid of. If you look at it from down here, it just doesn't exist. So while moving it further back was a good idea in theory, we're gonna have to build it further up if we want to see it from the cliff face, which means that we have a decision to make. Do we want to have a small trading hall further up that you can see from most angles, or do we want to have it pushed further back so that we can build it bigger? I'm going to tear this down for now, and we're going to build it further up on the cliff because I'm leaning towards a smaller hall, since all we really need is a few librarians, some farmers to get some emeralds, and some what are they? Is it leather workers that give saddles? I don't remember. I know that doesn't seem like a lot for a villager trading hall, but the reality is we're going to be making other trading halls throughout the world that will have other things as well, so they don't need to be large, especially not our first one. There we go, that's looking pretty good, I think. And then looking at it from down here, we can still see this pillar here and a little bit of the other one, so I think we're in the clear. Let's get one more perspective from over here at the house. Yep, I would say that's looking pretty good. So coming back to the top side here, these are the pillars that I laid out just to get an idea of the height map. What we're going to be building up here on the hill is a church, because if you think of the buildings that you would generally find in a small town, what are the ones you generally think of? Church and tavern, neither of which we have built. So I figured this is a perfect place, and we can make it look like our villagers are sitting in the benches of the church, and yeah, it seems like a pretty cool idea. Whether it works or not, that's another thing altogether, but let's grab our resources and let's start planning things out. We're going on a little side quest here. We're about to have to move a lot of resources, and, well, as you can see off camera, I've been breeding a lot of horses and donkeys. So I think we're going to put Shadow in the pen over here, and we're going to try and get ourselves a mule today. So out of our good donkeys, let's find the best one that we have. I think that would be this guy right here with almost 11 speed and almost 3 jump. Honestly, this donkey is nearly as good as our horse. And then we've been breeding these 2 horses here, and they are getting pretty good as well. So we're going to take this guy. Oh, we're going to take this guy here. And now let's see what kind of luck we have with a mule. 11.59 speed, 2.2 jump. How does he stack up compared to Shadow here? Little better jump, pretty bad speed. I think we'll tie this guy up right here, and we might try one more time. Let's give this one more try. And you are better, I think? Yes, he's better. Well, better jump anyways. Okay, we'll tie this guy up here too, and now we just gotta wait 20 minutes. There we go, all grown and ready to saddle up. And boom, not bad. This guy isn't quite as fast as Shadow, but he jumps way higher, so that's good. Anyways, time to grab my resources. Alrighty, we got all of our resources together here. I don't exactly have a block palette down for this church yet, but I do know I want it to mostly be stone. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take all our stone brick here, as well as whatever dirt is left over here. We're going to extend this so that it covers the entire base of the church. And we're just going to get the base shape down with the stone bricks for now, and then we can detail and texture after. There we go, we got our base shape down for the church here. Now that we have that built up, I want to step back and take another look at it from the island over here. Make sure our scale is still right. And it's looking pretty good, I think. It'll be a lot better once we get a roof on it too. And in terms of scale, I think it's pretty good. It's much smaller than our farmhouse here. It's not too bad in terms of the windmill, so yeah, I think we're in the clear. So I think the next thing we're going to want to do is get the roof in place, and I'm thinking we'll use tile deep slate for that. So I'm thinking for the roof we'll have something kind of like this, and then we'll start going a little bit steeper as we get higher. Then we'll end up with something kind of like this. There we go, it is coming along. Definitely looks a lot better now that we're starting to get some details and the roof in, but we do need to take another look from this angle once again. This should be the last time that we need to look because, I mean, we might make the tower a little bit bigger, but yeah, that's looking pretty sweet, I think. Not too big, not too small, and it's got a really nice shape to it too. Alright, now that we've got the basic shape down, I think it's time for us to start getting some windows and doors in here. There we go, I've poked a bunch of holes in the walls and it is looking pretty good, I think. I also made this little doorway, which I'm quite happy with. Now I think if we carve up this tower a little bit to make it look less like a brick and then extend it upwards a little bit, I think we should be pretty good. There we go, I think I've detailed this up about as much as I want to. Added all these little bits to give some texture, and we have all our windows in. Our tower isn't just a block of stone anymore, and we did a little bit of work on the back here too, so it's not just a flat slab. But now there is something else that we have to do to this build. It looks pretty flat still as just stone brick, so we gotta swap some stuff out. Now, I always tell people that I'm not a fan of what I like to call block vomit, so we're just going to do some tasteful changes here. Maybe we'll change these out for cobblestone with a little bit of mossy. There we go, just little bits like that here and there around the build, just to make it not look like it's, you know, one tone. Now for the fun part, actually doing it. And here we go, the finished result. There is one thing that I couldn't quite get right, which was this window here. I wanted to put glass in it, but every time I did, it connected up with the wall here and made this look a little wonky. I think it just looks better without glass. Ideally, I would have left them all open without glass, but I mean, with villagers being inside, we kind of want to have that extra layer of defense. But over here, as long as I have the floor at this level, they shouldn't be able to get out, and nothing should be able to get in either, so we should be fine. Alright, next let's turn our attention to the inside here, which is, well, let's just say it needs a little bit of work. Let's get rid of the marker pillars here, and we can knock down these walls to open up the church a little bit, and this wall here too. Next, let's throw down a basic floor here. So over here, I want to have it a little bit more elevated, and then past this, we're going to drop the floor layer down one like this. There we go, this is starting to turn out, and there's actually a lot more space in here than I thought there was. So how I'm thinking we're going to lay things out is up here we're going to have the, I don't exactly know what it's called. I think it's the altar. We're going to have that up there, and then we're going to have the benches down here in rows. And then this area off to the side here that I was worried about the villagers jumping out the window from, we're actually going to have our staircase over here. Because even though we have a good amount of room in this church, we don't have enough room for a villager breeder as well as, you know, all our villagers. But lucky for us, this mountain is hollow, which means a basement should be easy enough to make. So what I'm thinking for the stairs here is we're going to mark this off like this, and we're going to have an archway here. I just don't have the blocks in my inventory to do it right now. And then from here, we're going to have a small spiral staircase going down kind of in this pattern here. And I'm thinking for a bit of extra color, we're going to do the stairs out of dark oak. We'll eventually get this right. I'm going to use the slabs for stairs instead of actual stairs. That way the corners here aren't awkward, because when we use stairs, they do get a little awkward in the corners there. There we go. Didn't know how far down I needed to go, so I just figured, you know what, I'll go all the way down to the bottom, and then if we need to peel it back, we will. But I guess my next step here is to figure out where I want to put my villager breeder. Alright, after a little bit of thinking, this is where we're going to put the floor. From here we have 12 blocks of vertical space to work with, which should be more than enough for our villager breeder. But we are going to have to grab a few more resources to do this, because I've had yet another fun and time-consuming idea. What if we were to make the basement of the church into a catacombs? And then eventually we could have those catacombs run all throughout the underbelly of our village here, and eventually meet up with the sewer over there. Obviously we're not going to get all of that done this episode, but we can at least get the first chamber done and put our villager breeder in that. So we're going to need a lot of stone, which we don't have apparently. The good news is we should have lots of stone over in the mines here. I tend to make it a habit between episodes to go into the mines and do at least a couple hours of mining. That way when we run into situations like this, I can just run down here, open the chest, and boom, lots of stone.
Alrighty, let's get this party started. First thing I'm thinking we're gonna do is extend this slab here out to the length of the church, which is 11 blocks, and I definitely was not counting. I was only one off. Then we're going 18 this way and 6 this way. Now I want to do this floor with a combination of andesite, stone, and cobblestone, but considering I don't have a base to work off of, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna fill it all in with stone to begin with, and then just punch out bits and pieces and replace the blocks. Alright, so that's where our floor is going to be. What we're going to do now is we're going to head up to the top side, and I want to punch a hole right here. And then from down here, we'll get right underneath it and mark it out. That right there is eventually going to be a bubble elevator to bring all of our villagers up into the church. Alright, the next thing I'm going to do is from the corner over here, I'm going to mark out some pillars, and I think we're going to leave 7 blocks in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we will do that all the way down here. We're left with 1 extra block here. We'll just shave that off. Hey, leave my door alone. They broke the door. They didn't even come in, they just broke the door. Jerks. Oh, there's a lot of them. This is what I get for not lighting anything up. Oh, the church is under attack. Oh, there's children now. Well, it looks like I've got some people to put in my catacombs now. Anyways, back to what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted. So this middle section right here is where we're going to put the villager breeder, I think. We'll have to find some way to disguise it so it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb. Because while I do like the catacomb idea, it's kind of the opposite of a villager breeder, isn't it? We're putting the place where we're making new villagers in a place where you bury your dead. I guess you just can't think about it too hard. Alrighty, I went ahead and grabbed all of the items that I need to make my villager breeder here, so let's pop up in the center here about 8 blocks. We gotta make sure to build this high enough up that when the villagers jump down below, they don't count as part of the village, that way they keep breeding. So around here should be good. Now it's been a hot minute since I've built this design, so let's see if I can remember how to do it properly. I believe I do a glass circle like that. Then I drop the fence down by 1. Then I make a small wing out each side like this. Now this is where I'm a little fuzzy. I think all the pillows are supposed to face in towards the center, but I could be wrong on that. It's been like 5 years since I made this design, and I don't have to build it very often because I usually play on long-term worlds. But anyways, cover all of these up with trapdoors so that the villagers don't pop up there and they're forced into the center, and knock out this pillar. Now, assuming I didn't mess anything up, in theory, that should be our villager breeder. Now we just gotta build up the area around it. Alright, I've built a box around the villager breeder, but we have a problem. This is why I generally build villager breeders on the surface above builds rather than below, because I forgot about the y-axis requirements. I mentioned that the villagers have to drop a certain distance so that they're not considered part of the village and they'll keep breeding, but I didn't take into account that works the other way too, and currently, this village is only like 3 blocks below the surface of the church, which is where the rest of the villagers will be. So once we put villagers up there, our breeder will break. Alrighty, I put my thinking cap on and I came up with this solution here. As I mentioned before, I really don't need that many villagers in this trading hall. So if we can only have 2 villagers in baby mode down here, that's totally fine. So our breeder villagers will be here like our design was up there, and they will drop babies down right there into this area right here, which will have a water stream running this way and then a bubble vader going up, bringing them into this area right here. So down here, we can do whatever we need to do. We can set up a zombie to zombify them. We can let them grow up. We can give them their profession, all that fun stuff. And then when they're ready to go up, we send them up the bubble vader. And this right here is the marker for the bottom side of the village up there. So these guys won't count towards the village up there. Those guys won't count towards the village down here. And we should be all good. Alrighty, I spent a little bit of time playing around with it, and I came up with a nice design for the catacombs area, or crypt, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this one was the hardest one to take care of because it's an odd shape. The other ones are going to be much smaller because, well, we're not shoving a villager breeder inside them. So I'm thinking first we get up the pillars on the side here, and then I'm thinking this will run back 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, and then we'll have the wall here.
So we can make our cube here like we did with the other one. Then we can come up here and throw in our roof. And then we do our fancy ceiling thing here. And then our pillars on the side here. Awesome, and this is where things start to get different. So we're gonna have 2 levels, one here and one, let's say, here-ish? All right, so we build out our floors here. All right, and now we're gonna take some spruce stairs and do something kind of like this, and then throw some spruce slabs on top. We'll do the same up here too, and then we'll get some stairs going on the bottom level here. And there we go, we've got some coffins in our crypt. So now just gotta do this with some slight variations all the way around here, and then either on this wall or this wall we'll have a door. It'll lead to nothing for now, but that'll be our future expansion. There we go, it is now complete. Well, with the exception of the floor, I still have to do the floor. But yeah, I'm quite happy with how this crypt turned out. I do want to find a way to get rid of most of these torches and have really dim lighting down here, but, you know, still not have stuff spawn. And this section that I left empty right here will become a doorway to a new section of the crypt when we get some time. But yeah, we really need to get motoring on this mending project, because look at my pickaxe. It is on death's door. I actually think I'm going to have to use my fortune pickaxe to finish the floor here, otherwise I'm going to lose my silk touch. There we go, the floor is in and we are pretty well done down here. The last thing we have to address are these big holes that I made here, and this is how we're going to keep our villagers in place. So we're going to place wool down like this across the entire strip. Looking at it now, I don't think I made enough, but this is going to prevent villagers from passing over here because their pathfinding will register this as a hole, and they just, well, they won't walk here. Oh, no way, I have the exact amount that I need. That's awesome. Now comes the fun part. We gotta get 2 villagers from one of the villages around here into this villager breeder. And anyone who's moved villagers before knows what a joyous task that is. Alright, I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure every villager in this village is dead. Hello? Nobody home. Hello, housekeeping. Knock, knock. Anybody home? Yep, I think this is a ghost town now. The good news is we have another village not too far away there, but I'm thinking it's not going to be too fun to move a villager from there to here twice. But I also don't think we have much of a choice. Let's just double check that this isn't a ghost town too. That's a good sign, I already see life. Perfect, we got villagers. Alright, let's see how far I can get these guys by boat. Get in the boat. This is gonna be fun. And we're stuck. Oh, you jerk. He took my spot in the boat. Yeah, I'm gonna have to break it. Well, at least he's going up again. And I think we are good. Just gotta smash our way through here. There we go. I should be able to get him to at least the mining hut. Alright, so this is about as far as we can get our villager for now. Now begins the hard part. Let's just make a random workstation here. Let's see if we can't lead him over here with a workstation. Oh no, where are you going? Oh, he's heading towards the blast furnaces. No! Or he found a barrel. Okay, not all is lost. He's here now, so no, get out of the house. If we can get him out of the house, we can get him back in the boat. Here we go. Get in the boat. Yes! Now we might be able to get him to that lake over there. Alrighty, there we go. Now we can at least get him to here before we have a whole new set of problems. I think the only way to move him from here is with a minecart, because there are far too many distractions around here for him. There we go. It's not pretty, but it should work. Straight up and over to the church. Alright, let's pop this guy out of the boat and see if we can't get him into a minecart. And into the minecart. Now for the fun part, we gotta push him up the hill here. There we go. Now that we're up here, it's straight to the finish line. Then we loop around the church here and we drop him in this hole, and he should be right where he needs to be. Let's just pop on down here and make sure. Yep, there we go. That is exactly where I wanted him. Now I just gotta pop you out of your minecart, and we gotta do it all over again with another one. Ah, man. Well, I guess I have my answer about which way the beds were supposed to be. So I wound up having some technical issues here and I lost some footage, but long story short, I messed up my villager breeder design and it wound up being easier to just switch over to the Rayworks design. Alright, they've popped into bed. Let's see if they pop out in the right spot now. And we're in the clear. Now let's throw them some bread and let's see if we get a baby. Yep, I saw a baby drop down there.
It's probably not a good sign that he... Oh, wait, no, there he is. I thought he was stuck down there drowning, but our system works. Now we just wait for him to grow up and for them to make a second baby. I figure while those villagers are growing up, we can take care of where we're going to put them next. And I mentioned before that I want to put them in the benches in the church. So I figure we'll set up a few rows like this. And then we'll put some sides on. And there we go, we got a few benches to put the villagers in. Now I know what you may be thinking. Elfie, you can't put villagers in stairs. And you would be half correct to say that. Let me show you something. We throw a block here and a minecart here, take out the rail, put the stair behind, and then grab a piston behind that and power it. Then boom, we just put the minecart in the stair, and we can do that with an entity in it as well. And I worked out in a creative world that if we put our workstations behind the bench like this, we can surround it with trapdoors and throw some trapdoors over the top here, and we won't even be able to see them. And bonus, they still work. So it's a little bit of a process, yes, but it'll look awesome when it's done. Alright, clearly I don't remember as much about villager mechanics as I thought I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I had something wrong with the Y coordinate because these guys are still pumping out villagers. I mean, I'm not going to complain, I just don't understand it. And I messed up. Remember that hole that we made over here to make the bubble vader for? I mean, with the design, I guess it never would have worked, but I don't know how I'm going to get the villagers up. It's not elegant, but I'm sure it'll work. We'll just slap a hole in the side of the church here and roll our villagers in. And I've made a little staircase here going all the way down to behind the villager breeder. So we'll just have this set up when we need to move villagers, and we'll block it off when we don't need to. But yeah, let's bring our first guy up. And into the church you go, and we will put this guy in the front row. Knock out the rails, put the stair back, and piston, and redstone torch. There we go. Alright, so this first guy here needs to be a farmer so that we can get some emeralds. Now we're going to be kind of crossing our fingers with this one because what we need after these two is both melon and pumpkin. But that's not guaranteed. So I guess we'll just grab a bunch of wheat and potatoes and hope for the best. Alrighty, let's hope for the best. Alright, and no dice. Oh, well, I guess apples are useful too. Oh man, I seem to be losing my voice here. And okay, melons. Not gonna lie, I was hoping for pumpkins, but this guy will do for now. Now, I think I want a second farmer, so let's set one up over here as well. And boom, second farmer. But no wheat trade. All I really have right now is wheat, and I don't want to go harvest the crops. There we go. Please have something good. Yes! That is exactly what I was hoping for. I've been collecting stuff and storing it in the windmill for a while, so I actually get to put it to good use now. And I'll just go ahead and grab a bunch of these. And this guy should have melons as well. Yep, sweet. I'll just grab a few emeralds while I'm at it, because we all know how expensive books are. Alright, next up is the librarian. So we are looking for one of 3 trades here. We definitely want mending, but we'll also take efficiency 5 and feather falling. That's the other one. So let's put our first librarian right over here. Now for the fun part. Cycling through trades until we get one that we like. Nope, 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 nope. Yes. And yoink. Alright, we got one guy locked in. Now let's get another one in the bench behind him. Alright, let's give mending another try here. Nope, 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 nope. Hey, that was pretty quick. Yoink. Guys, we did it. We officially have mending. Now, how much do I want to torture myself here? Because I would really like feather falling 4. I think we'll leave the feather falling villager for now. If we have time at the end, maybe we'll do it. If not, we'll do it between episodes. But for now, there's one more villager I want to get, and that is a leather worker. In part because I just have way too much leather. I still have another half chest somewhere else. But the main reason is I want to be able to get saddles. And there we go. Here's our leather worker. Well, that's not the trade I wanted. Let's try this again. Nope. There we go. Can get rid of some of this flint now too. Explain the logic of this. This is the higher tier trade, but I get more progress from getting the hat. Guess I'm buying a lot of hats. Now we got horse armor, and boom, we can buy our own saddles now. Our days of looking for dungeons are over. Alrighty, now it's time to get as many emeralds as we can, because our mending guy is selling books for 16 emeralds, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll go with 8 books. We've already got one, so we need a stack and 48 emeralds. Alrighty, we did it. We have 8 mending books. Now it's time for the long, tedious task of waiting at the skeleton grinder and getting all the levels I need to put these books together and mend up all my stuff. Oh man, it feels good to have all of my stuff back at full capacity. My days of worrying about breaking my pickaxe are over. Well, sort of, I guess. Lack of brain power could definitely kill my pickaxe still. But yeah, we have mending on all of our stuff now, including our armor. This build has definitely served its purpose, and I've thought of the perfect name. Welcome to the Church of Mending. You know what? I can actually buy stuff from you now. Don't mind if I do. And now I'll take your leads. Now, I know this episode's running a little long, but there's still one more order of business for today, and that is our final terraforming piece up here, the lake. So I'm going to go ahead and rip this house out, put the lake in, put the waterfall in over there, and I'm thinking maybe a smaller lake down here, but we will see how I'm feeling as I go. By the way, this is all the dirt that we have left from the beginning of the episode. Like I said, 3 double chests sounds like a lot until you start terraforming. Anyways, let's get the show on the road. I don't even want to know how this guy got out here. That seems like a problem for another time. But we got our new lake in here, as well as a secondary smaller fall here to complement the bigger one. Oh man, there's another one down here too. Well, I guess we just have free-range villagers now. But if we head back to Perspective Island over here and turn around, we now have a pretty sweet looking waterfall area. I do want to continue adding to it over time. What I think would be nice is once we get the lake at the top of the hill there, if we had a secondary fall from the top lake coming down this way to this lake here, that might be cool. Episode 9 I actually did all the editing for on the road and on a computer that I don't currently have access to, so if you'd like to check out this build here, the link will be above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. You guys have been requesting it for weeks, so today we're heading into the end to slay the Ender Dragon. It's been a long road, but as the day counter hits 1000 today, we will be entering the end game at long last. This means that flight, portable storage, and unlimited XP are finally within our reach. Let's gear up for a fight. I've already broken out my spare set of armor, so we're good on that account. We just need to head home and grab the rest of the stuff. Now, I've actually gotten all the stuff together that I need for this expedition already, but guess what? I did a Windows update and OBS reset all of my audio sources. So all the clips of me getting this stuff ready, yeah, it had no audio. But we got everything that we need together already. We got a new ender chest because I lost mine. We got a second bucket of water to make an infinite water source. We got lots of blocks for bridging. Our eyes of ender to find the stronghold. Bunch of bottles for dragon's breath. That is, if I actually remember to gather any. I always seem to forget to do that. We also got some shields for when we're end city raiding, and the stuff we need to make some more too. And then of course our break glass in case of emergency, some golden apples. After all, we only have one death on this world so far, and I'd like to keep it that way as long as possible. But it is now day 985, and we really should get going to the end here. Well, so much for that, Apple. You glutton. Anyways, what I was saying is we should get going to the end before too much longer so that we don't miss our 1,000-day mark. But I do want to grab a little bit more food first. Have we got any in reserve? Only a little bit. Do we have... Yes. Okay, we still had a batch in the furnace. Yeah, 2.5 stacks of steak should be good. We'll just throw the extra in here. Alright guys, it's time to go find this stronghold. So, let's throw the first pearl. And we are heading that way past the quarry, it looks like. Let our journey commence. Oh, it looks like we've passed it. It seems like it's in this hillside here somewhere. Let's get a little bit more height and then throw another one. All right, where to go? That way. All right, we're really zeroing in on it here. So I threw one over at the shore over there near the fire and it told me to come this way. So let's throw another one here. Okay. So in all likelihood, we're right over top of the stronghold right now because the portal is somewhere between here and about there. So let's see if we can't get right in the middle of those 2 points. And throw. Oh, pretty much right there, it looks like. Let's clear out a few of these trees. There we go. With a little bit less tree cover, let's throw another one here. Ah, there it is. So I'm going to say that we just dig down right around here, make a nice little staircase, and we will see what we find. Of course I didn't bring any torches. Didn't think I'd be doing this again, that's for sure. There we go. I can see... water cave. Alright, at least we just clipped the corner of the water cave. We can probably block that off pretty easily and bypass it. Shut up, zombie. Yeah, I know you want brains. Whoop. That's mossy stone brick. Well, looky here. Oh, we're dropping straight into a library. That's pretty sweet. There we go. There's the achievement. And let's see what's in the chest here. Yes, armor trim. And I'll take the books too. Those are always good. Alrighty, let's see if we can't find that portal. This stronghold appears to have a hole in it, but it also appears to have a second library. Ow! Jerk, where are you? Oh, there you are. Into the abyss we go. Honestly, this is always the longest part of finding the end portal, is navigating the stronghold. Finding it's usually pretty easy, but once you get there, it's pretty much a labyrinth. Okay, I've been here before. I have a funny feeling that the cave that runs through here has destroyed part of the stronghold, and it's making it hard for me to find the rest of it. It's gotta have a portal, right? Oh, it goes up, okay. That's what I was missing, I think. Oh, found it. Need to one-shot these guys. Ow. Oh, no. This is bad. Thorns. Thorns bad. Okay, I don't want silverfish, so we're just going to destroy that. We also don't need lava, so we'll just replace that lighting with torches. And I think we'll just go ahead and block these corridors off. There we go. We found the portal. With quite a bit of time to spare, too. So I think I'm going to set up a base camp here. We'll throw down our bed and set our spawn point. Oh, guess it's night. And since we have a second ender chest after finding ours, we'll throw one down here, too. And I think we'll just throw down a double chest as well to throw some of our stuff in. Because we really don't need to take this stuff here to the end. Don't need the leads either, but if I put them in the regular chest, I will lose them forever. And I think for safekeeping, I'm going to throw my axe and my shovel in here. If I die, I don't necessarily need those in the end. And I'm going to put my helmet on just to be safe here. Seems weird seeing myself with it, but we'll survive. Now, it's day 987. What to do with the remaining 13 days before day 1000? You know, the longer I stare at this brick, the more I notice I've made horrible life decisions. Yeah, I just spent 13 days looking at that brick right there. You know what? We're gonna take it with us. It's a special brick now. But anyways, we're about halfway through the day now, And I don't want to be sleeping through the night into day 1000. I want to be right at the portal to jump through around the time we tick over. And speaking of ticks, we can see the game ticks in the top corner there. When we get to 24,000, that is when the day ticks over to 1000. So we want to be ready when the time comes. Let's throw in all of our Eyes of Ender here, and it is a good thing that we brought a lot because every single one was missing. And now we wait. Too bad we got rid of our brick. Of course he's going to get chatty now. Here we are, less than 2,000 ticks away from day 1000. All right, guys, here it comes. Day 1000. Boom. Let's go kill this dragon. And of course we're inside the island. Let's go this way. Wow, we are deep in the island. Okay, there's the surface. Let's go. And yes, I am aware that I did not bring a pumpkin. I pretty much never wear one here. Whether that's a smart idea or not, I don't know, but it's what I do. Okay, let's try and take out some of these pillars. Ooh, can I get this? Yes, I can. Steal his breath. Get all the purple stinky stuff. Here he comes, here he comes. Dodge and weave. He's gonna try and bite me. Ow! Jerk. You know what? Eat an arrow. These ones are always the hardest to shoot. I may actually have to go up there and get it. Let's see if we can do this without dying. Alright, up we go again. Oh, he's going down in the center again. Why does he always do this when I go up? Don't bite me. Oh, leave me alone. Ow. What a jerk. Oh boy. Can I do this without killing myself? Yep. Okay, cool. We're good. Okay, he has no regeneration. Let's chunk him. Flying Enderman. Ow. Thorns. Ow. Ow, ow. Shoot him. Kill him. One more shot. Got him. Hey. We got him, guys. There he goes. And now we take the XP, which has mostly gone back to spawn, I think. I suppose I could do the torch trick, though. Yeah, let's punch it once, see where it goes. Okay, yeah, we can do this. Sometimes when you punch it, it goes into the island, which is kind of annoying, so, you know. Huh, wasn't wearing my helmet the whole time. Oops. Anyways, boink and boink. Got it. 1 dragon egg acquired. The dragon may be dead, but our job for today is far from done. There it is. Let's get ourselves some ender pearls real quick here. I feel like there might still be an angry one around here somewhere, but I don't know where he went. So we're gonna move on. Is it against my better judgment? Yes. Is that gonna stop us? No. All right, let's head up here. All right, here we go, into the Outer Isles. Any luck right off the bat here? Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Wow, I'm usually searching for one of these for, like, at least an hour. Do I even have to go to another island, or is it actually connected? It might be on another island, but still. Like, I brought a lot of blocks. I thought I was going to need a lot more than this. Nope, I was wrong. It is on, it's on the island that I started on. And there's another one in the distance. And Morbid's rendering it. It's actually a fairly decent-sized one. But yeah, first one we spot right out of the floodgates with a ship. The good news is if we die in this one, it'll be easy to get back to. Alrighty, I think I've looted pretty much everything I care to loot from this city. That small building down there we didn't loot because there's a couple shulkers in there that I want to use for a farm eventually. And then there's the annoying ones that cling to the side of buildings that I really don't care to get right now. But honestly, our haul has been pretty good. So let's go ahead and secure all of our new loot. We are heading that way. I'm just gonna lob one of these down here. There we go. Nice, easy escape. Really? Oh, no. I saw it happen. You, sir, are the key home. But yeah, what I was trying to zoom in on was not his face, but the other end city over there. I don't know if that's just a little derp city or what, but, I mean, hey, it's got at least 2 shulkers in it. And up, up, up we go. And into the portal. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, I've stared at 2 of them? Oi, dummy, let me hit you. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Really, guys? It'd be so much less painful if you just let me smack you. I can't hit them fast enough. Oh boy, where'd they go? Oh, here he is. No! Alright, one of them's dead. I don't know where the other one went. Maybe teleported off the edge? Nope, here he is. There we go. We're safe again. No, we're not. No, we're not. I don't know where that one came from. Now we're safe. Gives it a second. Yeah, we're safe. Alrighty, guys. We will be back shortly. But first, we gotta hit the base and get some materials. So, whoop. I was scared for a second there. I thought I was stuck in a glitch or something, but it looks like they changed the background. Didn't it used to be dirt or something? Anyways, I've read this like 1,000 times. We don't need to watch it. Let's go ahead and grab our coordinates here. That way we can make it back. We'll snag our bed, and we'll just go through the portal again. I figure heading back to spawn is probably our easiest way home. Alrighty, we are back at home now, and I have accumulated all of our goods from the end. This was our final haul, which is really awesome. We can make, what, 12 shulker boxes from this? And we got our elytra, which is what we were really after. I wonder where I put my horse. Well, I guess we're walking up to the church. Here we are at the Church of Mending, and that's exactly what we need, is mending. Hopefully I have some emeralds left over, not as many as I'd like. We'll take some leather with us too, I guess. There we go, and we'll take one more mending book here. Now we're gonna need to snag this last dude here, and we'll send him right up into the church here. Up you go. There we go, this guy's in place. We just gotta set up our piston, and boom. And we are looking for unbreaking. Nope, 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 no. You know what? I don't need that many of them. I just need 2. So, you know what? Good enough. I'm done looking for Unbreaking 3. Now let's combine these 2 here, and we'll throw both Unbreaking and Mending on the elytra. And just like that, boom, we have the ability to fly. I mean, kind of. We still need rockets, which admittedly will be a little bit of a problem since we haven't exactly been killing a lot of creepers, but we'll see how much gunpowder we have. Alright, we got a grand total of almost a stack and a half of gunpowder. I mean, we'll take what we can get. It's admittedly not a lot, but it'll get us started. We will have to start thinking about a mob farm soon, though. Well, guys, we've got flight and we've got shulker boxes, but let's be real, the skeleton farm is outdated at this point. It's really not good for any of our mending stuff here, so I think it's time that we bring all of these resources here to the end and start on an ender. One of our first farms on this world, really. And it is now much easier to move around in the world with the elytra, so we should be able to get back to the end in no time at all. That is, assuming I can remember the route that we took. Honestly, it's not too far away from the base, though. Because, yeah, I know it was past this village, and then we turn this way into the savannah. Then there should be another, village over that way. Then if we turn left, there's a river and a forest with a hill here. Somewhere in this vicinity is where the staircase down was. Yeah, right there. But I do have a set of coordinates here that I want to try and get to. Right here. Let me just clear the area, that way I can find it a little easier. And we're going to do the #1 Minecraft no-no and dig straight down here. There we go, and assuming that I did it right, yep, there's the portal right there. Throw down some water, and now when I'm flying in, I can just look for the birch pillar over here and drop down straight in front of the portal. Alright, so I think we're going to work off this edge right here. We'll throw some lava down, and we'll wait 1.5 years for that to reach the bottom. Then we can place some water down right beside it here, and perfect. And place a leaf down here, and head back up with the ladder. Perfect, now we just got to extend that out 128 blocks away from the island, and we can start on our Enderman farm. There we go, we're about 135 blocks out from the end island there, and I've built the base of the farm already. I'm not going to go into too much depth about how this farm works because, I mean, it's not mine. This is a farm by Shulkercraft, and the link will be in the description. But we're going to get this thing built real quick here. There we go, we've got a fully functioning Enderman farm now, so it should not be a problem repairing any of our stuff in the future. Not to mention I do have to make a new set of backup gear too, so it'll be much easier to re-enchant as well. It's definitely not pretty, but in the future here we'll do a revamp of the entire system and we'll make it look pretty and maybe even make it more efficient too. But for now, we're simply going for functional. One thing I do think that I'll do in the near future here though is add an enchanting setup off the back and a whole bunch of anvils. And probably a system to automatically unload this chest as well. Because let's be real, who needs that many ender pearls? We've accomplished some truly amazing things in the last 1,000 days. And honestly, I couldn't be happier with this world. But we are far from done. Next episode, we're actually going to be diving back into the Nether, which we haven't done in a while. And we're going to be connecting all of our points of interest up with a small hub. And I'm also working on something new for you guys. And I can already tell you, I'm very excited for this project. So make sure if you haven't subscribed already, that you do that right now because you're not going to want to miss this one. Anyways, thank you for joining me on this 1,000-day journey through our forever world thus far. Hopefully you stick around to see what comes next, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.